hadn't thought of this memory for so long until reading comments. It was like something buried deep in my mind was suddenly brought to the surface. When I was a kid, my family lived out in the middle of nowhere in rural Montana. We had acres upon acres of land, surrounded by dense woods and fields that seemed to stretch on forever. My brothers and I spent most of our days exploring, making up games, and testing the limits of our curiosity. One particular summer day stands out. We were wandering further than usual, our feet crunching over twigs and leaves, when we stumbled across something we had never seen before. Tucked into the trees, partially hidden by overgrown brush, was a cabin, or what was left of one. The place looked like it had been abandoned for decades. The roof sagged in places, the wooden walls were grayed and splintered, and one corner had completely collapsed on itself. But what drew us closer wasn't the eerie isolation of the cabin. It was the way it seemed wrong, like it didn't belong there. We didn't hesitate, though. We were kids after all, and caution wasn't exactly in our vocabulary. We approached the rotting porch, the boards groaning under our weight as we crept inside. The first thing that hit us was the smell, damp, moldy, with a strange chemical undertone that made my stomach turn. The inside was just as dilapidated as the outside, but there was one detail that stood out, one that I'll never forget. Orange prescription pill bottles. They were everywhere. At first, it didn't seem so strange. Maybe someone had left a few behind. But as we moved deeper into the cabin, it became overwhelming. Open a cupboard and pill bottles would come spilling out. Peer under the sink, there were more. They littered the countertops, filled the drawers, and even sat in piles beneath makeshift furniture. The bottles were in every corner, every crevice, some hidden, some in plain sight, but all of them empty. Hundreds of them. I remember my brothers and I exchanging uneasy glances. We were kids, but even we could tell this wasn't normal. What kind of person needed that many pills, or had been bringing them here, one by one, for some reason that we just couldn't understand? The bottles didn't have labels that we could make out, just worn, faded text. It looked like they'd been deliberately scratched off. We didn't stay long. The air got heavier the longer we were in there. The cabin itself was pressing on us, urging us to leave, basically. I can't explain it, but I remember feeling like we weren't supposed to be there, like we'd stumbled into something that wasn't meant to be found. To this day, I can't shake the image of those bottles, hundreds of them, empty, scattered throughout that forgotten place. Who left them there? And why? I'll never know, but even now, the thought of it sends a chill down my spine. I once worked as a housing inspector. A new client had purchased a house, and I was tasked with going and inspecting it. From the information on hand, the house was very old, built in 1908, was quite derelict, and in the middle of the woods. I was in no hurry to inspect the house, so I scheduled it for my last stop of the day. I did my jobs as per usual, and then I made my way to the house. I parked my car on the road, and as I walked up the long path, nothing jumped out at me. It was a run-down, 3-story house. For me, it was just your run-of-the-mill wreck. I guess the buyers had walked through and seen some potential in the home, but I could see none. It was getting to be dusk, and as I didn't have the key to the front door, I made my way to the rear of the property to access the back door. As I came around the back of the house, I noticed that the back door itself opened up into a large kitchen. The sun began to set behind me, and I could feel a drastic change in air temperature. It was late summer, and I assumed that this was the reason for the drop in temperature. I turned to look at the sunset. Noting that the cloud cover gave the sky a nice crimson hue, I turned back towards the door, and that's when I saw it. On the other side of the kitchen was a door that led into a hallway, which in turn led to the front door. The front door had colored glass, but what was standing in the darkness of the hallway, to this day, still makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. There was a silhouette of a man. Judging from the build, I could tell it was a man. There were no distinguishable features to see, just a black silhouette. What happened next froze me to the spot. Where his face was, 2 eyes opened, and they were the color red, unblinking and unmoving. Those eyes glowed red, and I could tell that they were looking right at me. At first, I couldn't look away. Those red orbs seemed to stare straight into my soul, and I found myself transfixed, staring back. Every fiber in me told me that I should run, but I could not move. I stared unblinking at the red eyes, and they in turn stared unblinking back at me. My eyes began to water, and I blinked to clear them, but as I opened my eyes again, the silhouette was gone. I freaked. I quickly ran around the house, jumped in my car, and sped home. What would normally take me 25 minutes to drive home only took me 10, as I couldn't get away fast enough. In my report, I wrote that the house and some structural issues couldn't be remedied, and the house was eventually torn down. In its place is a new housing unit with 6 3-bedroom homes. I've heard stories from tradesmen who have been on site at night, and they've all said that they felt a cold chill every time they went there. I did look up the history of the property, but nothing unusual jumped out at me. Up to that point in my life, I never believed in the supernatural or paranormal. Even now, I'm skeptical of most things, but I know what I saw was pure evil, and I've never had an encounter like it since. I worked in national parks and also did some volunteer search and rescue. I guess I can talk about 2 of the worst things I saw in forestry. The latter one is scary, but also deeply tragic. More spooky, I was on a multi-day off-road camping trip by myself in the wilderness, so technically I was not working. I found myself enjoying a night in the woods, slightly tipsy on wine. I settled in for the night in my SUV and awoke to yelling far in the distance. It wasn't screaming, but nor was it singing, something closer to chanting. Went to sleep nervous and with my army knife close. Woke up to someone knocking on my vehicle's glass. It was clearly human because they did the triple knock that all people do. As I came out of my covers to observe, I saw a person looking in the dark. I screamed something guttural, and they ran. I couldn't believe it. I was hours and hours from the nearest town, and if someone drove in over the night, I would have heard the vehicle and all the stillness. I was dumbfounded. I turned on my truck and stayed vigilant for a while. Nothing happened. Next morning, I went and found a new spot to park and set up camp. The second story is sadly something that is very explainable, but very sad to see. One blizzardly night, we hear that they are on a search for a woman who had disappeared from a group that was staying in a cluster of scenic cabins nearby. Not in the park, but very close to the border of it. But certainly a remote place. It took us about 2 hours to get to the cabins and talk to the people there. It was well under negative 17 degrees Celsius, around 0 in Fahrenheit, and with feet of snow. Turns out the people staying in the cabin were on psychedelics, and at some point, the young woman got spoiled while under the influence of drugs and had run off outside, in regular clothes and sneakers. Me and my partner in the search unit picked a search pattern and started looking for footprints. We found some, but they broke off and we lost the trail. After exactly 3 hours and 41 minutes, we found her clothes. and soon after, we found her. She was naked in her entirety, including her shoes. She was barefoot. We found her sitting against a tree and we rushed over. It was clear at this point she was dead. And this time, local police were already on the scene, and after taking our statements, they left. It was a tough few nights after. Nightmares, too. The whole panic in the woods phenomenon is pretty scary in itself. I don't work in forests, but there's some land that's been in my family for generations. It's in the middle of nowhere, super rocky, pretty much just solid woods. Not useful for stuff like building a house out there or starting a farm or anything. One family member lives in a trailer out there, but we mostly just use it for hunting purposes. But since it's been in my family forever, everyone is super familiar with it and is pretty comfortable out there. My dad hunts out there all the time, without anything creepy happening. But one time, he said he was in his tree stand out there, and suddenly, he felt like something was watching him. He didn't know what it was, but he didn't like it. He didn't even bother to gather his things before he fled the deer stand, because he was so freaked out. He just grabbed his rifle and ran back to his truck. He moved his deer stand and no longer hunts in that portion of the woods. It was just so weird because those woods are like a second home to my dad, and he's never scared out there. My husband, 2 daughters, dog, and I were camping in 2017. We live in a small city, big town with mountains all around us. So, at the least, we camp once a year, usually without a designated site. Our mountains aren't zoned down to specific or individual spots. This particular time, we pitched a tent in a spot just off the main canyon road. The dog's bed was placed right outside the sleeping section, within the front porch area of the tent, an additional zippered section that was open at this particular time. I'm always awake later than my family, and this night was no different. Middle of the night, at the time of this event, I was sitting inside my car. My dog suddenly starts barking relentlessly. While it didn't cause much alarm as it's not completely out of the ordinary for him, I hopped out to silence him. Our children were only 5 and 1 at the time, so I reacted a bit more quickly to the volume than I would have otherwise. I made it to the tent within 6 to 8 steps and shushed my dog. I then turned my sight in the direction of his determination to see what he was so upset by, with our backs now on the tent's entrance. Directly in front of me, us, standing by the fire pit a mere 10 feet away, a black bear raised his head to make eye contact with me. I immediately froze, started loudly calling my deep sleeper husband's name repeatedly, alternating his name with bear. Only then did I realize the guns were in the car. Fortunately, at the same moment, the bear turned and ran off. Our miniature dachshund thinks he's tough and barks accordingly, and unbelievably manages to scare off animals that he doesn't stand a chance fighting against. I gained 2 memories that night, including the show my husband gave me, a burned image of him flying out of the tent in only his underwear and boots, almost bare naked, if you will. I spent a week backpacking alone in the Grand Tetons last year. It was the day of my 20th birthday when I was about halfway through the trail, which means that I was at the furthest point into the backcountry, miles from civilization. That day, I hiked farther into the day than normal to cover as much distance as I could. This was a mistake, because when I reached the designated permit campsites area, most of them were already taken. I continued on the trail before I reached something that kind of resembled a campsite. It was a small dirt area under a tree that sat adjacent to a tiny stream. I was uneasy about the spot, but it was getting too dark to find another one. I set up my tent and fell asleep alone in my small 2-person tent right as the sun went down. A couple of hours later, I woke up to the sound of a twig snapping. I thought it was a squirrel or a marmot, so in a sleepy daze I hit the side of the tent to scare it off. And then there was a sound like something hit back. It frightened me, but I decided that it must have been a branch or something that had fallen from a tree. I was still exhausted at that point, and I went back to sleep. Not long after, I was woken up by more twigs breaking, but this time they were noticeably steps, and loud ones at that. I knew I was in bear country, but it was pitch black and I had the rain cover on, so I couldn't see anything. I hoped it was a deer and that it would just wander off, and the sounds did stop for a while. About 30 minutes later, the same cracking sounds of twigs on the ground, and they were moving in the other direction. That's when it stopped and sniffed my tent. It had thunderous breaths, and there was no doubt in my mind now that it was a bear. I had nowhere to run, and all I had to defend myself was a pocket knife and a can of bear spray. So I stayed up the rest of the night, wide awake with both of my hands ready to defend myself. It stayed around my tent for 5 terrifying hours, infrequently walking, sniffing, and at one point, scratching at my tent. It wasn't until the sun came up and the sounds stopped that I had the courage to bolt out of my tent to get as far away as I could. When I looked back, there was no sign of a bear, but when I finally returned to my campsite, there were massive paw prints in the dirt surrounding it. It was the most terrifying night of my life. Nearly 20 years ago, my friends and I went camping in the backwoods of northern Michigan. The kind of camping where you pick an old dirt road and drive until civilization feels like a distant memory. We were miles and miles from anything. We'd been out there a few days, partying, enjoying the isolation. My friends decided to make a supply run to the nearest town. I stayed behind, figuring they'd be gone for a few hours. Alone, I passed the time drinking beers and starting the fire, enjoying the quiet. About an hour later, the silence was broken by the sound of tires crunching on gravel. A Jeep pulled in, kicking up a cloud of dust, and 3 guys climbed out. At first, they seemed friendly enough. They made small talk about the fire, the weather, the remoteness of the spot. But something about them felt off. Their smiles didn't reach their eyes. Their questions felt pointed. "You out here all by yourself?" one of them asked, glancing around the campsite. I didn't want to lie, but I didn't want to tell them that my friends were gone either. So I kept it vague. "They'll be back soon," I said, trying to sound casual. The mood had shifted. They stopped pretending to make small talk and started poking around the campsite. One of them wandered over to the tents, flipping open the flaps without asking. "Got any weed?" he asked, half laughing. Another crouched by the cooler and rummaged through it like he owned the place. "What about cash? You guys bring cash out here?" I stayed seated by the fire, gripping my beer tighter. I wanted to tell them to leave, but I was alone, and there were 3 of them. Confronting them didn't seem like such a good idea. Then their tone turned confrontational. "Come on, man, what are you hiding? No one comes out here empty-handed," one said, stepping closer. The fire crackled between us, but I felt a cold weight settle in my chest. I knew I had to do something. Slowly, I stood up and walked to my tent. Their eyes followed me, sharp and calculating. I came back out with my .22 rifle. I didn't point it at them. I didn't say a word. I just sat back down by the fire with the rifle across my lap and stared at them. The mood changed again, but this time, it was fear on their faces. One of them laughed nervously, raising his hands. "Hey man, no need for that, we're just talking." They backed off, but as they climbed into their Jeep, one of them called out, "We'll be back later." The words sent a chill down my spine. As soon as they disappeared down the road, I started tearing down the campsite. I didn't wait for my friends to return. Every tent came down, every cooler and bag got packed. When my friends finally got back, they were confused to see everything packed up. I told them what happened, and their faces went pale. We didn't waste time. We loaded everything into the car, got out of there as fast as we could. I don't know if they really planned on coming back, but I wasn't about to stick around to find out. Upon returning from a morning walk to a campsite where a batch of teens under my care were sleeping under the stars, there was a big guy going from sleeping bag to sleeping bag, lifting the bags and looking in, even managing to unzip one far enough to get a glimpse of underwear. I stepped into sight, cleared my throat loudly. He looked at me, put his hands on a large knife that he was wearing. I was leaning against my car by the door that I'd left open earlier when grabbing my camera, and my .22 was lying on the back seat. I leaned in and pulled it out, then cleared my throat again. The low-life scum actually scoffed and lifted the edge of another sleeping bag. I racked the bolt, which spit around onto the ground. That sound told anyone with a brain that there was now a round in the chamber. He stopped and stared, so I slowly lifted the rifle. He took another step, so I sighted it on him, center of the chest, and said quietly, "Leave." I tracked him as he moved, and he finally got the hint that he really ought to be somewhere else. Several of the kids had actually been awake, watching. They'd asked if I really would have shot him. I could only say, absolutely. For a long time, I actually had nightmares where I did have to shoot him to get him to stop. I now think sometimes when I remember it, if only we'd had cell phones then, I could have gotten a picture of him as well. Guy's a creep. The darker part of me wishes I'd shot him. I was in my 30s at the time, and I was deeply into turkey hunting. One early morning, long before the sun had risen, I set off on an adventure, one to a remote section of a national forest in the Ozarks, in Missouri. It's still dark when I reached a rugged, overgrown trail, one at the forest's edge, a place where I knew few hunters ever ventured. I parked my truck, shouldered my gun, headed off, feeling that familiar thrill that comes with being completely alone in a vast, untouched landscape. After walking a while, I sat down in the cover of some trees, waiting for the toms to start gobbling. As I scanned the silent surroundings, I heard it, a single gobble breaking the stillness, faint but clear, coming from just beyond the next ridge. Excited, I quickly descended the ridge that I was on. I scrambled up to the next one, certain that I was closing in. The gobble echoed again, but this time it was from the next ridge over. I hurried down and up again, my pulse quickening as the sky slowly brightened. I sat, waited, and listened, but there was nothing. No gobble, no sign of the turkey I'd been chasing. The morning light was now revealing the dense forest all around me, and that's when it hit me. I'd lost all sense of direction. The ridges looked the same, the trees uniform, and the faint trail that I'd followed earlier was nowhere in sight. Panic started to creep in a bit. I had no food or water with me, no idea which way to go. I tried to remain calm, weighing my options. If I picked the wrong direction, I could wander deeper into the wilderness. Yet staying put wasn't an option either. I gathered my nerves, decided to head down and up the next ridge, hoping to find some landmark or trail. It truly felt like I'd been hiking for hours. The landscape seemed endless and indifferent to my plight. My thoughts grew darker, even in this short amount of time, imagining how long I could be lost out here with no one to even know where I was. Then, as if answering my unspoken prayers, something miraculous happened. Out of nowhere, a dog appeared, a scruffy, lean figure, trotting through the underbrush. The sight of it was almost surreal, like a beacon in the wilderness. Relief had flooded over me. I knelt down, frantically petting the dog, hoping that it would lead me somewhere, anywhere, someone that could guide me into civilization. But the dog didn't seem to have a destination in mind. Instead, it just stuck by my side, moving with me as I hiked along the ridge. I continued, now with this unlikely companion, climbing down and up one more ridge. And then, just when I thought that I was completely turned around, a trail appeared, like it had materialized out of thin air. The dog still trotted alongside me as I made my way back to the truck. My heart was still pounding from the fear that I'd felt just moments before. When I reached my truck, the dog gave me one last look, then turned and darted off into the trees, vanishing as suddenly as it had appeared earlier. I actually stood there for a long moment, watching the spot where it had disappeared to, wondering where it had come from and why it had found me. I looked at the topographical map before heading out that morning, and I knew that where we were, there were no homes, no cabins, nothing for miles in this part of the forest. The dog had no collar and showed no signs of being cared for. I briefly considered trying to call it back, to take it with me, but it was already gone. Over the next few days, the mystery of the dog lingered in my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that something more was beneath the surface of that encounter. A few weeks later, while talking to a friend who worked for Park Services, I recounted the strange event. His face grew serious when I mentioned the location. He told me that a hiker had gone missing in that exact area several months earlier. They'd searched for weeks, but never found the man. They said the missing hiker's body was never recovered, but local authorities eventually found his dog. The description of the animal matched the one that had found me. It seemed I had encountered the very same dog that belonged to the missing man. The thought sent a chill down my spine. Somehow the dog had survived out there, wandering in the woods long after its owner had vanished, only to appear at a perfect moment to guide me back to safety. I'd often wondered how close I'd come to the missing man's last known location, or if his spirit was still lingering there, lost in the wilderness as well. All I know for sure is that the dog showed up when I needed it most, and then disappeared into the Ozarks, as if it had fulfilled some final task. Backpacking in the Maryland-Pennsylvania section of the Appalachian Trail, around 17 years old. 4 of us were sleeping under a tarp tied up with paracord, so we only had protection from the rain. I'm guessing around 2 a.m., I'm woken up by hearing branches breaking and movement nearby. Nothing out of the normal. This time of year, the worst it could be is a lone, curious black bear, and they don't really pose any real threat. The sounds were starting to get closer and more rhythmic. Definitely something walking. I turned on my side to see if I could see anything. As the walking is getting closer, I start to see movement in the leaves, with nothing making it. I perfectly hear a person walking towards us, and eventually make its way around our makeshift shelter. I'm freaking out and lay in complete silence for what felt like forever, until my friend laying next to me finally says, "You heard that shit too, right?" Nearly jumped out of my sleeping bag, but also confirmed that I didn't dream the whole thing. Still have no explanation, and I'm half convinced that we just had a collective fever dream. I find my non-paranormal story a bit scarier than what I typed above. I was stalked by a mountain lion in the Rockies a few years ago. The unease that turns into full terror when you realize what is happening. Then, fighting every instinct not to run like a motherfucker. It's a unique experience, having that primal feeling that your prey is terrifying. I've been backpacking for as long as I can remember, cutting through forests or mountains that most people wouldn't even step foot in. The deep woods have always been a sanctuary for me. I know how to track animals, read the weather, navigate the stars when the GPS fails. I've encountered bears, wolves, even mountain lions out there, but I've never felt anything like this. The trip was supposed to be routine, just a couple of nights solo in the Cascades, pushing deep into a section of the forest that I hadn't been to yet, but I'd heard a lot about. It was early fall, and I'd pitched a tent near a stream, miles away from the nearest trailhead, surrounded by thick woods and towering pines. Perfect isolation. By the time I was set up, the sun was dipping low, so I started a fire, made a quick meal, settled in to watch the stars. And that's when I first smelled it. I thought that could be a skunk passing by, but the smell was different, more like rotting meat, mixed with something earthy, like damp soil. It was faint, but it was carried on in the wind. It lingered, long enough to make me wrinkle my nose. I tried to shake it off. I convinced myself that it was just this part of the wilderness. There's always something out there decaying, some animal that met its end. But the smell kept coming back, stronger each time. And then I heard something. Branches, large ones, snapping, deep in the trees behind me. I froze. My hand instinctively was reaching for my flashlight. It's common to hear animals moving at night, but this sounded different, heavier, slower, like something big was moving through the underbrush, taking its time. I clicked on my flashlight and swept it across the trees. The beam cut through the darkness good, but I couldn't see anything, just the dense thicket. The shadows were just the undergrowth in my light. I listened, but the woods were silent again. It wasn't until I sat back down by the fire that the unease hit me again. I've been alone in the wilderness enough times to know when something's not right. And tonight, something felt wrong. The smell, the sound. I kept telling myself I was pretty deep in the wild. My mind could be playing tricks on me. I tossed another log on the fire and I settled into my sleeping bag instead of leaving, trying to convince myself again that I'd be fine. But as the flames died down, eventually, the sense of being watched crept in. And the smell, it came back. Stronger this time. Thick and foul. Like it was right there. I grabbed my flashlight again, flicking it on as I sat bolt upright. And that's when I saw it, just for a second, at the very edge of the trees. A shape. Huge. I couldn't make out any details, but it stood on two legs, taller than any man I'd ever seen, or any bear. Broad shoulders, hunched. It moved between the trees with an eerie kind of grace for something so big. I felt myself kind of lose it. That had to be a bear, right? The bears don't move like that. They don't watch you from the shadows like that. I stayed frozen, the flashlight beam trembling in my hand now. Whatever it was, it blended into the trees so well, I almost couldn't see it until it moved again. Slowly, this time. It was like it was pacing, and then watching me. I heard another snap, the crunch of something heavy, and that smell now, it was sickening. It was like it was right on top of me. Whatever this thing was, I wasn't going to get caught unprepared. I stood up, grabbed my bear spray, flashlight in hand, shaking. I started to make noise, clacking things together, yelling. In the event it was a bear. I wanted it out of there. I told it as much. Get out of here. No response. But I saw movement again. A dark silhouette shifting behind the trees. Quicker this time. My hands were officially shaking. My grip on the light and the spray was slippery. I was trained for this, though. Prepared for wild animals, you know? But this didn't feel like anything I'd ever faced before. And then it let out a sound. It wasn't a growl. Not like a bear or a wolf. It was deeper. Guttural. Almost like a heavy, wet breath. The kind of sound that hits you in the chest. Hits that primal part of your brain and tells you to run. But I didn't. I couldn't. I just stood there, trying to figure out if I was still hearing things right, or if the forest was playing tricks on me. The creature moved again. Its shape was looming. It paused, as if deciding whether it was going to step into the clearing or stay hidden. But my throat was dry, and my heart was racing. Every instinct told me to flee, but I didn't want to make a sudden move, or maybe I couldn't. I just stood there gripping the bear spray, and that thing just out of sight, its foul stench hanging in the air between us. And then it slowly backed away. I heard it crashing through the trees, heavier now, less cautious. It was running, until the sound faded into the distance. I stood there for a long time, listening and waiting for the sound to come back, but it didn't. I doused the fire, packed my gear as fast as I could, and started walking. I didn't stop until the sun was rising. I never saw it again, I never heard it again, and I didn't smell that god-awful stench again. But I know what I felt. I know what I saw. Something big. Something that shouldn't have been there. Or maybe I shouldn't have been there. But it was watching me. I've been back to the woods since countless times, but I don't go that deep anymore. Not alone. Because there's something out in those woods. Something I have no desire to see again. My wife Sarah and I have always been drawn to the outdoors. We've been together for 6 years now, married for 2. And camping had always been our way to unwind from the daily grind. We appreciated the serenity of the woods, the crackling of a campfire, and the silence broken only by rustling leaves. Living in the city, we didn't have any of those things, so it was our escape. But this particular trip changed everything. We'd set out for a long weekend of camping in the heart of the Adirondacks, a remote area that we hadn't explored before. The trail was quiet, almost eerily so. We hiked for hours, further than we intended, pushing ourselves deeper into the wilderness. The map we had seemed outdated. Paths that should have been well-worn were barely visible. We didn't mind, though. We liked the idea of being off the beaten path. It was around dusk, and the sun was dipping just below the trees. We stumbled upon it. The house. It shouldn't have been there. Hidden amongst the dense trees, almost blending into the shadows. It was old, decaying. It looked as if it had been forgotten by time. The wood exterior was gray with age. The roof sagging in places. Vines crept up the sides. I glanced at Sarah, her brow furrowed. "This isn't on the map, is it?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible at this point. "It's not." We sort of stood there for a moment, just staring. I don't know what compelled us to go inside. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was the strange allure of finding something so out of place. The front door just sort of creaked open, ominously. The air inside was stale, thick with dust, the faint scent of something rotting. but there was a strange warmth to it too, as if the house was still lived in, though no one had been here for years. The interior was unsettling. There were old, threadbare chairs, a table that had been untouched with a tea set laid out, as if waiting for a guest to arrive, and a clock on the wall. It seemed to tick faintly, though the hands never moved. "This place feels wrong," Sarah muttered. I could see the unease all over her face, the way that she gripped her jacket tighter around her. I couldn't really argue either, but something about the house just kept us in there. We wandered around through narrow hallways, peeling wallpaper all around. It was like a true haunted house. Past rooms with furniture draped in dusty sheets. And then we reached a staircase. "Let's not go up," we said at the same time, instinct telling us to keep our distance from whatever might be on the second floor. So we turned back around, and then we heard it. A soft thud. Footsteps. My heart was literally racing. We weren't alone. "Hello?" I called out, my voice wavering. There was no answer. The footsteps continued, slow, above us. "I think we should go," Sarah whispered, her hand finding mine, and I didn't make her say it twice. We backed out of the house, moving fast. As soon as we crossed the threshold, the air outside felt different, lighter, surely cleaner. The house itself was oppressive. We ran back to where we had intended to camp, our minds reeling from that bizarre experience. That night, as we sat by the fire, neither of us could shake the feeling that we were being watched. The woods were too quiet, the wind too still. Every crack of a twig in the distance set my nerves on edge. It was probably the worst sleep that either of us had ever gotten, constantly listening for footsteps that never came. The next morning, we decided to pack up and head back. I couldn't explain it, but I felt a desperate need to leave, to get far away from whatever we had stumbled upon. As we hiked back through the forest, we looked for the house, wanting to see it in the daylight. But it was gone. We retraced our steps over and over, but there was no sign of it. The clearing that we had found the night before was just a patch of overgrown brush. No house, no path leading to it. Nothing. We stood there confused, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had we imagined it? No, we both saw it. We both heard footsteps. We were inside. We never went back to that forest again, but we still do camp and get out into the wilderness when we can. But it took a while after this experience. It was meant to be a pretty flawless weekend. Just me, Ray, in the wilderness. No work, no stress, just the sound of birds and campfire. We pitched our tent near the edge of a really thick forest, miles away from any signs of civilization, on purpose. The sky had been clear when we arrived, and the evening sunset had lit the trees in a nice golden glow. It kind of felt like paradise. That night, we sat by the fire, sipping beers, talking about everything and nothing at the same time. The smell of pine. Loved that smell. The stars were also scattered. It was a clear night. Not a hint of nothing wrong. But looking back, I wish I'd paid more attention to the wind. It had picked up a little, just a little, enough to make the flames from our campfire dance a little bit higher than they should have. I woke up in the middle of the night to the smell of smoke, thick, heavy, acrid. At first, I thought that it was just the remnants of our fire, but then I noticed the sky outside the tent. It wasn't dark anymore. It was glowing. a sickly orange that flickered through the trees. "Ray," I whispered. I was shaking him awake. "Ray, wake up." He groaned, rubbing his eyes. He smelled it too right away. His eyes flew wide open. He sat up, unzipping the tent, sticking his head outside. "Holy crap, it's a fire." I scrambled out after him, my stomach dropping. The horizon was lit up with flames, and the fire was closer than I could have imagined. Close enough that I could feel the heat against my skin. And the wind, it was wild now, whipping through the trees, pushing the fire towards us like some living monster. I remember thinking, we're gonna die. "We gotta go," Ray said. His voice was tight with panic. "We gotta go right now." We didn't have time to pack anything. We grabbed the keys, our phones, bolted for the car. The smoke in the air was so thick, it stung my eyes, made my throat burn. Could hardly see a thing. The sound of the fire was a low, menacing roar, but it grew louder with each second, closing in literally all around us. As we reached the car, the first embers began to rain down, red, hot, dangerous. Ray fumbled with the keys, swearing under his breath. His hands were trembling. I watched him try to unlock the doors. The heat was intense, like the air itself was literally fire. Come on," he shouted to himself. Finally, the engine roared to life. Ray slammed his foot on the gas, and the tires spun out on the dirt before we tore down the road. The fire was everywhere, engulfing the trees on both sides, closing in, blocking out the sky. The flames lit up the night, casting an eerie glow over everything. The heat radiated through the windows, and I could feel the burn on my face. The air in the car was stifling. I was choking. I glanced over at Ray. His face was determined, though I could see fear. My own hands were shaking as I gripped the seat. "We can outrun it," Ray said. "We'll get out of here." I nodded, but inside I wasn't so sure. The fire was moving fast, and then I thought, is this even possible? It felt like a dream. Every few seconds, another tree burst into flames, sending embers swirling in the air like fireflies. We were trapped between walls of fire, and it felt like they were closing in on us, tightening. We sped around a bend, and then it happened. Ahead of us, a massive tree, engulfed in flames. It had crashed down across the road. Ray slammed on the brakes, and we skidded to a stop, inches from the burning wreckage. I could feel the heat radiating off of it, so hot it seemed to warp the air. I looked at Ray, panicked. "We can't go through that. If we don't, the fire's gonna trap us," Ray said, and his voice was tight. "We have to go through." I didn't have time to argue. He hit the gas, and the car surged forward. I screamed, bracing myself as we barreled straight towards the flames. The fire, roaring on both sides. For a second, it felt like we were driving into the heart of it. I could feel the heat searing my skin, the car filling with smoke. I swear I thought the car was going to melt all around us. I covered my face with my arms, feeling the intense heat pressing against me. But then, just as suddenly, we were through. The flames disappeared in the rear view, the orange glow fading behind us as we burst onto an open stretch of road. The sky was hazy, and the air was thick with smoke, but the fire was behind us, and we made it out. And then we heard it. Emergency services. I just sat there, shaking uncontrollably. My lungs burned, and the smell of smoke was heavy in the air, but we were alive. Ray's hands were trembling, and he was pale. His face was smeared with soot. Neither of us said anything for a long time. We just sat there, trying to catch our breath, process what had happened. Finally, I broke the silence. We almost didn't make it. Ray nodded, but we did. I turned back, looking at the fire, devouring everything in its path. I could hear the roar, but it was quieter now. We had escaped, but just barely. Firefighters worked on the fire for hours, and we were at the hospital for a majority of it. There wasn't a burn ban at the time, so we didn't actually end up getting in trouble, but there probably should have been one. Either way, I'm just happy we made it out alive. Took a while to appreciate the smell of a campfire again, that's for sure. My buddy sent me a link to post this. I was a member of my church's Boy Scouts, and no, this isn't a story of me being touched. I really wish I didn't have to preface this, but sorry if I killed your anticipation. Actually, if you were secretly hoping I was about to tell you a story about that, stop reading and get out of here, you sicko. Okay, now that all the pervs are gone. When I was in 3rd grade, the pack that I was in was called the Bear Scouts. Our den consisted of 7 boys, other 3rd graders who attended my church. Our badges were themed to our name's likeness. Already earning 2 of them, I was eager to obtain my 3rd, the Bare Necessities badge. Our pack leader scheduled an overnight camping trip with the troop. The pack leader was named Jojo. He was someone who had earned first-class honors within our pack. Along with him was a teenager working for his Eagle badge. 2 very capable people kept a consistent, vigilant eye over us, and I still managed to get lost for almost 24 hours. I was lost within the first hour of arriving at our destination. Instead of learning how to build a fire, my fellow Bear Scouts spent the day and night combing the forest for me. I don't think anyone earned anything towards any badge that trip. There's not a search and rescue badge, and even if there was, they didn't find me. Thankfully, a hiker's dog found me the following morning. What's crazy is that when my troop returned home, they never informed my family of the real incident. I don't know if that was their attempt to cover it up or what, but they left a nice write-up for my parents saying that I had run away, intentionally abandoning the pack. That's not exactly how it happened, though, and I was never able to fully explain my side of the story. I can understand how, to a third party, it may have looked like I just ran headfirst deep into the woods, but they apparently didn't see what I was chasing. So, here's my story. Miles of driving in a cramped church van led us to the thickets of Yellowstone National Park, a part that's reserved for events like this. We all jumped out of the van and went into our respective directions, eager to use nature's restroom. After I shook off, I heard one of the boys call my name. The voice sounded like it came from in front of me. I waited a few seconds until I heard the same voice call out my name again. There was a tall bush directly in front of me that I had pushed my arms into and tried to spread apart to peer through. On the other side, I can see one of my fellow Bear Scouts. They're wearing a vest like mine, but facing away from me. They start moving their arms in a clock-like manner. They gesture for me to come over to that side. Before I can fully get through the bushes, the scout starts to jog further into the brush away from me, so I followed, assuming the rest of my pack was doing the same. As I pushed my way through the bushes, following the scout's lead, the forest seemed alive with whispers. I'm sure it was just the wind, but it felt intentional, like words could be found in it if you could just listen to it carefully enough. The voice calling my name grew louder, cutting through the whispers and silence. I quickened my pace to catch up with the scout, but as I ventured deeper into the woods, a strange unease started to replace that excitement I was feeling earlier. The trees loomed overhead, their branches intertwined, creating a dark canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. The air grew colder, and a faint mist began to creep along the forest floor. It was as if I had entered a different world by following this scout. Perhaps this was what he wanted to show me. An area untouched by man. But then I have to question, where was the scout? I called out to him, but my voice seemed to disappear into the eerie silence of the forest. And that's when I considered turning around and going back the way I'd come from. As I realized I had lost sight of the scout, I also realized I didn't recognize the area around me. Panic started to well up within me. Alone and disoriented, I stood still. My heart was pounding in my chest. That's when I heard it. Clear whispering. It was soft, haunting. It sounded like it came from all around me. My name was being whispered, over and over again. But the voice became distorted, unnatural. It sent shivers down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. With no other choice, I tried to retrace my steps. But the forest, it seemed to twist and change. I was taught to identify markers on a trail or leave a trail of your own. I didn't do either of those things on my way in. I did know I needed to find my way back to real noise. I just needed to listen for the troop and follow their voices. But for whatever reason, I couldn't focus on anything other than the whispering around me. It was my name, followed by words I couldn't figure out, and then back to my name again. They grew louder. Despite me thinking I was running away from them, they echoed in my ears. Shadows moved around the trees. I could swear I saw glimpses of figures moving just beyond my line of sight. This place had become a maze. I knew I needed to get out. I mustered all my courage and just started running, blindly following the faintest glimmers of light that peeked through the dense foliage. The whispers, though louder, they were also more urgent with every step I took. I found myself screaming just to drown them out. I was also hoping my troop would hear my screams and investigate. As I'm running and screaming, everything goes white and then black. When I came to, I was sitting against a tree and it was dark. This was incredibly disorienting. Hadn't the day just started? Where was I? I couldn't move, but I didn't understand why. I laid there a minute trying to figure out what had happened. The last thing I could remember was running and screaming. Suddenly, I knew that I could move, so I attempted to stand up, only to realize I was going to throw up, and I did, everywhere. But then I felt much better. Sure, still stranded in the dark, but I saw light. It was in the distance, but I knew that I could make it to the light. After running in the dark for what felt like an eternity, the light didn't seem to be getting any closer, and once again, I found myself completely lost and helpless in the forest. It could have been the kid in me, but I was exhausted, and I just stopped moving, sat down, began to cry. And then I heard the whispers from earlier. I covered my ears, hoped my crying would drown them out, only they got closer again. I could now feel something around me, stalking me. Out of nowhere, I feel this pressure in my chest, almost as if someone is sitting on it. But I'm sitting up. There's no way for something to press against my chest. Still, it made it hard to move. I was crying, attempting to stop myself in order to get some deep breaths, and then, just like before, everything went white and then dark. This time, though, I opened my eyes to see faint sunlight. It was warm, and it made me almost forget about my situation. Then, I almost jumped out of my skin when I heard something running towards me. Snapped out of my sleepy state real quick. Back on my feet, I tried to move away from the sound, ducking behind a larger tree. From my new hiding spot, I realized the sound I heard, the thing running in the woods, was a dog. I don't move, but regardless, the dog spots me and starts in my direction. Then, for the first time in ages, I hear another human's voice. This one feels real. The dog was now sitting directly in front of me. The man's voice grew clearer. It sounded like he was saying Rudy over and over. The dog would bark when he did, and then look back at me and bark again. repeating this until the man reached us. He looks at me, clearly shocked to see me. He asks me if I'm the one separated from my group. I don't even bother explaining everything to the man, just answer his question and ask if he can help me find them. He agrees, saying that he knows exactly where they are and to just follow him. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I burst out of the forest into the clearing where my group was. I looked around and realized the familiar faces of my fellow Bear Scouts. Jojo and the other troop leader are set further back, and they're talking to the police. Their expressions are all filled with concern. When they catch a glimpse of me, they almost do a double take. Everyone runs over to me and the hiker. Sighs of relief and a million questions start filling the space. Feeling overwhelmed, I just stood there. I didn't know how to answer anyone's questions. Where were you, or what happened? I felt like I didn't really know. They told me I'd been missing for hours, almost an entire 24. Then they said they'd been searching desperately for me, calling my name loudly, flashlights out and everything. The hiker explains where he found me, and Jojo says they searched there several times and found nothing. The first thing I ended up asking or saying was, "Did you hear my screams?" Everyone was quiet for a moment, and they said that they heard lots of things, but they never heard my voice out there. This was followed by people over-talking each other, but I heard one of my fellow scouts say, "You were following the boy, right?" I shook my head yes, but that was the end of that. As Jojo and the others recounted their efforts, I couldn't help but feel that they were leaving something out, something they couldn't explain either. How could they have been walking past and calling out to me for several hours and never have found me? Surely I didn't walk that far into the woods, but just as surely there was no boy in the woods besides me. I was sure that whatever I saw, whatever the other scouts saw, it wasn't a real boy. Does that mean I know what it was? Absolutely not. The incident was never spoken of again. The official story remained that I had run away from the pack on purpose with no purpose at all, other than to cause trouble, of course. But deep down, I knew the truth. I'd stumbled into an odd place in those woods. The experience sorta changed my perception of the woods, not really for the better, and I guess of whispering. They're both just really creepy to me now, and I definitely don't venture into the woods alone. My ex-father-in-law was a troop leader for a local Boy Scouts. I was chaperoning a group of boys on a night hike in some woodland locally. I remained at the base in the car park helping prepare tea, cocoa, and snacks. A few of the kids were always around as they went out in intervals with one leader or another, so it was important for an adult to be there to supervise them. I was around 18, 19 at the time. A car pulled into the car park, which had been cordoned off and reserved for us to use for the day so the kids would be safe. No one got out of the car, so another leader went over to tell them that the park was off limits or to see if it was a parent showing up early for some reason. They came back almost immediately and told me to call the police. I was the only one with a phone at the time. They said the man in the car wouldn't speak, but was wearing a mask. It was actually the mask from the Scream films, and that he had a shotgun, a pile of rope, and tarpaulin in his car. I remember being so scared that I couldn't even remember the name of the park when I was speaking to the police. I was shaking and couldn't get the words out quickly enough. All I could think was that we couldn't see the car, so I had no idea if the man was still in it or out in the woods, where we had 30 kids in the dark with no way of contacting them. Thankfully, the police showed up in minutes, quickly found the man, and arrested him. He said that he was out there hunting rabbits. Why would you do so with a shotgun or need a mask and rope? I don't know. We got all the kids back safely, and didn't tell them what had happened, but the sight of 7 or 8 police cars and a police dog, it was pretty difficult to ignore. Definitely one of the scariest experiences I've had. "3 years ago, I got lost in the woods, and I've never told anyone what really happened. I didn't want people to think I was crazy, but I just can't keep it to myself. I live on the outskirts of a very large forest in Louisiana. Every weekend I would hike the same trail, but occasionally I'd also do a little exploring. There's offshoots and game trails everywhere, but my GPS always brought me home safe and sound, until I got stuck in a spot without service. My compass app was likewise useless. I had no clue which direction I came from, and I didn't even think to use it until after an hour of running in circles. I began eliminating pathways by breaking branches along the way. I thought if I could stop going in circles, I would eventually find my way back. But then it started getting dark. The prospect of spending the night in the woods was suddenly very real. And to make matters worse, it started raining. It's one thing to tough it out in a dark forest, but being soaked adds a whole new layer of misery, one I wasn't keen to endure. I kept my eyes glued to my phone. Even if I didn't find familiar territory, I expected to find a bar of service. But nope. The rain came down harder, and I could barely see when I stumbled upon an abandoned house. Well, it was more of a shack than anything. Most of it was in ruins under a collapsed roof, but the kitchen and den were just moldy with a slight breeze. It was at least better than getting soaked outside, so I cleared off a chair and settled in for the night. There was no way I was going to sleep, but I had my portable battery, so at least my phone kept a charge. For the next hour or two, I listened to whatever podcasts I had downloaded, and then the door blew open with a loud bang. The noise caused me to jump out of my seat with a startled scream, so I pushed a metal table in front of the door to keep it shut. Not long after returning to my seat, I began hearing noises inside the house too. But the storm was raging by then, so I did my best to ignore it. The place was in shambles. Of course there would be some strange sounds. It wasn't until I heard the footsteps that I started to really worry. And they were footsteps. There was no mistaking it. They were coming from one of the destroyed bedrooms, but I didn't understand how. When I looked in there, all I saw were piles of wood and debris from half the roof falling in. I stood watching as the steps grew closer, waiting to see who would appear in the doorway. They crossed the threshold a few seconds later, but there was nobody attached. It was like an invisible person was walking straight towards me. I ran towards the door, but before I could move the table, the footsteps vanished mid-stride. I stood there, frozen, waiting and listening for several minutes before returning to my seat. Desperate to stay dry, I convinced myself I'd imagined it, but that only worked for so long. Things were quiet for maybe another hour, but as soon as I let my guard down, there was a series of loud bangs in the kitchen. When I went to check, all of the remaining cabinet doors were now wide open. I'm positive they were closed when I arrived, and I hadn't gone back in there since. Again, things were quiet for a time, but my final straw happened when a cold hand clasped the back of my neck. I screamed like someone was trying to kill me, and it sent my phone flying across the room. After retrieving it, the metal table flipped over on its side, and the door was blown open yet again. Though, looking back, I'm not sure if the wind was actually to blame. That was all I could handle, though. The rain suddenly didn't seem so bad after all. I ran into the darkness with nothing but my phone's flashlight and the lightning guiding my way. I didn't know which direction I was going, but I knew it was away from whatever was in that house. I can't be sure how long I was actually running, but eventually I stopped dead in my tracks as my phone began ringing off the hook. My husband, parents, sister, Everyone I ever knew had called or texted me at least 100 times since I'd gone missing. There were new alerts for a local missing woman. Turns out she was me, and all I could do was cry relief. With my GPS working again, I learned I was much farther from home than I could have guessed. It shouldn't have even been possible to walk that far. I eventually met a group of search and rescuers who took me to get checked by paramedics. I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone about the house, so I left everything out, except for how I got lost in the first place. These days, on a rare occasion, I do go for a hike. I don't leave the main trail anymore, though. Always be extra cautious when you're out on your own. Things can happen so fast. Once, hiking between trails in McKinleyville, California, I stumbled upon a rural ranch property. My intention was to cut through one trail that would just lead me back to the road where I parked my car originally. However, I'd gotten myself lost. I decided to keep walking in the direction I was headed because I thought I'd heard someone. This being the 90s and no cell phones, I was hopeful that these people would help me find my way. I spotted 2 young men standing behind a barn-looking structure, smoking what smelled like marijuana. The whole area smelled like marijuana. The older of the 2, he made eye contact with me and alerted the smaller boy of my presence. Just as I started in their direction, the smaller one ran to an unknown destination, while the other one told me to get out of there. At the time, I thought maybe they were just being smart kids not talking to a stranger, so I proceeded on my way, assuming I'd likely run into someone else too. The structure the boy stood behind wasn't in shambles. It almost looked as though it was new. I realized as I kept walking that the marijuana smell didn't really subside. And that's when it dawned on me. I was walking through someone's marijuana farm. Someone's illegal marijuana farm. I came upon a house from which I could see the end of the road in a kind of courtyard. There suddenly emerged a very angry older man, and he was wielding a rifle. Behind him, I could see the smaller boy standing inside the home. He'd gone to alert his grandfather, Shirley. Pops is yelling, waving his rifle at me, saying he's gonna kill me. He made it clear I was to go back wherever I came from. I pointed to the road. It was just there in sight, but he wasn't having it, so I backtracked a bit. The moment he turned back towards the house, I ran towards a nearby trail, but was spotted as he turned back again. He began to come towards the trail, still carrying that rifle. Now, he was firing shots. I was running up the trail, and as soon as I was out of the line of sight, I jumped down off the trail, hiding under a huge bush, and taking off my sweatshirt, a quite visible red and blue, burying it under me. I could hear the man, but I didn't dare look. Eyes see eyes and all. He turned and headed back toward the house, right in front of the bush. After several minutes, I made the hike back in the direction I'd originally come from, far away from this man's house and those kids. I could swear that on the way back someone was following me. I'm even more sure of it now, knowing how vast those woods are and how highly illegal that shit was at the time. I was lucky to get the hell out of there, but it makes you wonder how many people have gotten themselves into the same mess, and were they so lucky? When I was 4 years old, my parents built their dream home on 2.5 acres of land off the beaten path. There were other houses nearby, but it was a very spacious area, mixed in with a few farmhouses. I was a very imaginative kid, and I preferred playing alone. Solitude meant that the crazy stories in my head could be as crazy as I wanted, without judgment from the others playing the game. The back acre of our yard was nothing but woods, mostly pine, and sometimes when I was feeling brave, I would play in the woods until dark, never after dark. Some adventures during the day had even ended in an unexpected sprint out of the trees, strange whispers that sounded like someone was inches from the back of your neck. Once I even heard a scream, but never after dark. I couldn't even look out of the living room window towards the trees after dark. One night, I got caught up in building a fort in the woods. I call it a fort, but it was just boards nailed to trees, creating railings in a rectangular pattern. In my mind, it was my castle. I didn't even notice the sun going down through the trees until I heard my name being called from the direction of the house. I panicked, sweat broke my pores, and I sprinted so hard my chest began to sting. Don't look back. Don't look into the dark. I made it to the back porch and wrenched the door open. The kitchen and living room were empty. My brother was taking a bath while my dad told him stupid jokes. I got down the hall to my parents' room, my mother playing solitaire on her computer. I apologized for being out so late and that she had to call for me. She looked at me blankly, obviously confused. She didn't call for me. I went to bed unsettled that night, but fell asleep quickly after playing outside all day. I don't remember the dreams I had that night, just unease. For the first and only time in my life, I fell out of bed and onto the floor. Confused and waking up, I felt my way around, trying to understand what had happened. And what happened next is the description of the strangest moment of my life. I grabbed a pair of feet. I felt the ankles under my hands and the hair running up the legs. I looked up in a panic, yellow eyes, broken, grinning teeth, a look of pure malice, wrapped in a blanket that I slept with. A pink and brown fleece blanket I'd stolen from my grandmother. I screamed bloody murder and flailed myself across the bedroom, down the hall and into my parents' room. My dad tore into my room to see what had caused my indescribable terror. While I hid in my mother's arms, my dad searched the whole house and found nothing. I moved out of that room into my brother's the next day. When I got older, I rationalized it all away, moved back into my old room. And every now and then, I suffered incredibly violent dreams, but nothing so up close and personal. I can still see that face, but I never did see my grandmother's blanket again. Last year, I was forced to camp in the forest of West Newbury, Massachusetts, as I was homeless, technically. I still am. I should add that I co-own the land I've been camping on, but it's no house. It was hard work making several trips carrying my possessions from the main road to my campsite, which was 300 yards away from the road. I also was forced to go through a swamp to get there. It was moments before sunset when I finally finished with all of the loads I needed to carry, when I happened to look to my left. About 50 yards away, I saw a male face peeking at me from behind the trees, but only for a second. The face had both a puzzled and a curious expression. I was also struck by its notable look of innocence. Anyway, when it realized I had seen it, it immediately ducked behind the tree. The entity appeared to be about 7 feet tall, impossibly slim, and slightly incandescent. At first, I thought it was a man in his early 20s. I was puzzled by the fact that someone was out in the middle of nowhere at that late of an hour. I almost shouted a greeting, but then I decided to wait for the guy to emerge from behind the tree before I did. I waited and waited, but he never did come out from behind the tree. There was no noise of footsteps in the leaves or branches either. Over the next few minutes, it finally dawned on me that the entity I had witnessed was not human. That was a difficult realization, as I had never experienced such a shocking thing before. In retrospect, the creature had not wanted to be seen. Only through sheer happenstance had I spotted it. Likely, the entity was some sort of member of the supernatural world. But your guess is as good as mine. A few weeks after the sighting, I happened to mention the incident to a woman that I know at the soup kitchen I regularly go to. She, Joyce, is a New Age type, highly tuned in with all things spiritual. She asked if the creature was tall, spindly, and bright. I replied that it was. Next, she got on her smartphone and looked up artist renditions of similar spiritual entities. She pointed to one picture and asked if that was the entity I had spotted. I said it looked very similar. She explained that what I had viewed is called a forest light being. She said that she had seen a few herself. I asked if they were harmful. She claimed they were not. She also informed me that if I tried meditating, then my vibrations might enable me to regularly see spiritual entities, especially in the woods. However, I don't know how to meditate, and honestly, I'm too lazy to learn. In addition, I am perfectly content not seeing any more inexplicable stuff. I mean, I want to sleep peacefully in my tent at night. Indeed, the howls and yapping of the neighborhood coyotes are creepy enough. I've been living in the same forest since late October 2019, and all that time I've never seen anything unusual since sighting the light being my first evening there. Sometimes, as I sit by my campfire, I catch myself spinning my head around suddenly to see if the same light being is peeking at me again from behind a nearby tree, but it never is. Update: December 14th, 2020 now, and I'm still in that same forest. Last night, by my campfire, I shouted to the trees, "Look, you owe me an explanation. What are you? Who are you? Where did you come from? Why the hell were you peeking at me? I'd like an explanation before I die. I'm right here, okay? Show yourself." Nothing happened. Likely, it never will. I just heard my dad call my name from outside my window. It was clear as day. I just heard him shout, "Connor." Thing is, my dad passed away in 2020. So I froze, eyes wide, listening, anticipating I'd hear a repetition of a noise that I could have possibly misheard as my dad calling my name. But the house is quiet. My dogs aren't even up walking around. For some reason, I still just got up and peeked out of my blinds, and like I thought, nobody was standing there. Goosebumps are still filling my arms. I have no clue what could have made that noise. This happened a while ago, and I guess I would say it's not your traditional ghost story. My experience was with one of my dogs who'd passed away. I was grieving her, missed her more than the others, it seemed, maybe because she was my last one. A few months later, I had a dream about her. I saw her laying there with a big pile of puppies all over her. She was the happiest ever. She told me, please, not to grieve her, but instead to be happy because she finally found her sole purpose. And that was to care for all of the motherless pups on the other side. I don't normally remember my dreams, and this was one of those dreams where I remembered more details as the day went on, and I thought I should pay attention to it, that it was important. Thanks for listening. A few nights ago, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw a small black orb with tentacles floating towards me from above. Initially, I deemed it was a spider dropping from the ceiling, but as it got closer to me, and as I focused, it just dissipated. This thing was pitch black, about the size of a bouncy ball or a quarter. The tentacles were also pitch black. They were thin and hairy or inky. It was by all means there, and then it wasn't. It was strange enough for me to get out of bed in the middle of the night. Of course, I looked this up online and found a few stories, including some on here, all from people who have seen or experienced the same thing. I don't know. Maybe it was something I misinterpreted, but maybe it was paranormal. Spiders don't just evaporate. Once while on holiday, I visited a place known as Bodmin Jail, which is known to be a very haunted prison. It was built a long time ago, and I actually felt the presence of spirits there. So did my mom and siblings. I know this is a short story, but as a fun bonus fact, they're turning the jail into an actual hotel. A lot of people died there. Why would anyone think that that's even a slightly good idea? My mom said that she was going to do something before we left to ensure that no spirits followed us home, but she never actually did it. Then, back at home, I started feeling like there was something in my bathtub. I'm pretty sure the spirit ended up attaching itself to me, and now taken residence in my bathroom. Over the years, I've heard a lot of ghost stories. Stories about people using Ouija boards. My friend talked to me just recently about his haunted basement, which I'll have to follow up with you on. But for now, this is my ghost story. Though I'm not entirely sure it was a ghost, but you tell me. It's the only thing I've ever experienced, and I'm grateful I experienced it with friends eventually. It's nice to know you're not crazy, even if you're 12. No one wants to lose their mind. So far, me and my friends are some of the only ones I've met who have experienced a haunted treehouse. Though the older I've gotten, the more I've come to terms with the fact that maybe it wasn't the treehouse itself. Maybe it was the woods. Our houses all sat along these woods in Central Oregon, my house the furthest into the neighborhood, at the end of the dead end. This means I had woods lining my backyard, but also had them alongside my house on the far side. When I was much younger, my dad learned that our property actually extended into those woods. However, we were unable to establish any plumbing or electrical, so adding onto our home wasn't really an option. Instead, my dad decided to build a pretty state-of-the-art treehouse, one that we used to all enjoy together as a family until it became a spot exclusively for me and my friends. The first time I ever stayed out there alone, I didn't like it. In fact, I ended up back inside almost as soon as my parents were asleep. I was, for all intents and purposes, afraid. I disguised this by having friends with me most of the times that I was out there after dark. After all, the treehouse had always held positive memories. I was sure that I was just being a baby about being alone. I think I was around 11 or 12 when I decided to try sleeping out there alone again. My parents were painting my room, and since they didn't know I was afraid of the treehouse alone at night, they suggested I sleep out there. It was summer after all. For the night, I brought a little battery-powered radio out there, doubled up on blankets, and kept a walkie-talkie with me. The other receivers belonged to my two friends who were also neighbors. So I just wanted the walkie-talkie for reinforcements, I guess. While I was out there, I remember telling myself I wasn't tired and that's why I couldn't fall asleep. But even as my eyes felt heavy and started to close, I found myself forcing myself awake to avoid falling asleep out there. But eventually, nature took over. I'm only human after all, so I fell asleep. Not for long, or maybe it was. The one thing about being out there is I didn't have a way to tell the time. Anyway, I woke up to what I thought was my walkie-talkie going off. It startled me, and I fumbled for the receiver to silence the sort of piercing noise it was producing. I realized it was actually my radio making that noise. I turned it off before I even had a moment to think about how strange that was. I knew I had turned that off. In fact, I was sure I'd turned it off, batteries and all. When it turned on the first time, the radio was just producing static, like it was between actual functioning stations. But then it turned on again, only this time it sounded as though it was skipping through channels. I hadn't laid back down yet, so the radio was just within my grasp. Instead of grabbing it, I found myself sort of leaning forward. I wanted to see if the little red dial was moving, and it was indeed moving. The knob, however, was stationary. As a child, I remember thinking, what kind of magic is this? Yet there was this other part of me that wasn't so much amazed as it was afraid. I wanted to turn the thing off, but I didn't want to touch it. Then I felt something. The treehouse itself started to vibrate. I had no idea how, but it sure was. The radio kept doing its thing. It tipped over, but it didn't turn off. I'd never wanted to go inside so much. Everything inside of me was dedicated to the cause of making it to my house. At first, I was worried about moving while everything was vibrating, but it started to almost hurt. It was that powerful. When I went to climb down the ladder, I realized it was nearly impossible to grab onto the wood planks. The vibration was so strong, it's like my hands couldn't even grip the wood. The radio was almost silent in comparison to the buzzing sound that completely consumed me. If I hadn't been conscious of it, if I didn't move at all, I would have thought that for sure I was having some sort of seizure. After several moments, it stopped. Everything did. The radio was silent, the treehouse was no longer vibrating, so I wasted no time running back inside the house. I didn't think that I would sleep much that night, but I felt a world of difference being in my own bed, and I passed out. I didn't really spend much time out there alone after that incident. The treehouse actually gathered dust for a while, and my dad contemplated tearing it down. However, when I was around 15, I decided that the treehouse was absolute gold. No way I could give it up. Instead, my dad helped me run some extension cables and cords from the treehouse to the house. This gave me a little makeshift electricity while out there. That summer, it was equipped with a mini fridge, a small TV, and a Nintendo GameCube. It became the chill spot for a while, at least our entire freshman year. But I still, on the low, hated sleeping out there. I always found an excuse for us to go inside. One night, that didn't really work. My friends Riley and Jason were basically giving me a hard time, saying that they weren't done playing video games, and after a few more excuses, they just straight up said that they were too lazy to go inside, that it was too hot in there. So I caved and just said, fuck it, it's one night. I knew better, but you know how peer pressure is. Plus, I was technically their host. Was I just gonna leave them out there? I decided my best bet was probably just to fall asleep before they did. The sound of Mario Kart in the background was almost soothing, but I was jerked awake. It felt exactly like when you're between sleep and suddenly you feel like you're falling. My stomach dropped. Then, the vibration started. Only this time I wasn't alone. My friends were both wide awake, and from the looks of it, they were still playing video games because the TV was on. It, along with everything else in the treehouse, was moving slightly. It felt identical to what I experienced as a child, and I hated it. I never heard Riley scream before, not that I could recall. So the sound, it almost didn't register, and it was so drowned out by the other noise. But I saw his face. He was horrified. I watched as he grabbed onto the wood framing and quickly let go, realizing it was impossible to grip. I tried to say out loud to just sit still. It will only be a couple minutes. You just couldn't really hear what I was saying. So I sat there, covering my ears, hoping they would do the same, and they did. Then, just like the first time, it all stopped. The TV was off, and the vibration was no longer present. Riley went straight for the ladder. Jason followed close behind. I took my time leaving, though. I had no idea what I was looking for, but I just felt like I was going to experience something. Another thing I still can't explain. Then, on my way down the ladder, it happens again. Mid-ladder, the vibration causes my hands to lose their grip on the wood, and I fall backwards. Luckily, my friends were already off the ladder by this point. Instead of crushing them, I just fell straight on my back, knocking the wind out of myself. On the ground, I couldn't feel any vibration, but it sounded like an extreme windstorm was making its way through the woods, only there was no wind. After my friends helped me up, I was able to catch my breath and follow them inside. We were far too jumpy to be quiet or even consider what time it was. Jason looked me dead in the eyes, and I'll never forget. He looked at me and said, "I saw something out there. Something big." He was serious, real serious, but he said he couldn't explain. Riley asked me what that was. Why was the treehouse shaking like that, and what the fuck was up with the TV? By this time, my parents came down and were asking us what the heck was going on, Why were we yelling and running around? I wasn't even going to launch into the story, but Jason and Riley did it for me, telling my parents something was outside, something was shaking the tree and messing with the TV. They swore up and down that they turned off the TV. My parents, well, they just looked tired. Honestly, their lack of enthusiasm made what we experienced seem like nothing, but they weren't there. Essentially, we were told to keep it down and to either set up in the living room or my room. We opted for the living room. Nothing else happened, but by the time I woke up, both of my friends were gone. I called them later that weekend asking where they had gone. They both told me they couldn't sleep. They waited for sunrise and they walked home. They also said that they saw the TV turn on again. They could see a light glowing inside the treehouse from the living room. It shouldn't have been possible, since one of the things my dad did when we woke him up was unplug everything from the house. It shouldn't have even had power. So that was officially the last time I stayed the night up there. Well, it was the last time anyone stayed the night up there. My dad tore it down before senior year. I just have to know, has anyone else experienced something like this? In the woods or in their house? Anywhere? What was it? Growing up, my family used to share a cabin in the woods. It was our family's version of camping, I guess. We don't use it anymore, but for the time that we did, I found it pretty terrifying. There was something about the upstairs bathroom. I never wanted to be in there too long, and really didn't want to be in there by myself. I'd always choose to brush my teeth when my cousins were, and all that stuff. But the worst part was the room that I shared with my little brother. 2 twin beds on opposite sides of the room. I was probably 9 or 10 at this time. I wasn't openly afraid of the dark because I had a little brother, but I was afraid of the dark. But this night, I remember waking up. It felt like something pulled my hair. Jolting awake, I assumed it was just a dream. But as I sat up, I felt my head yank back down towards the pillow, like something had grabbed my hair. Feeling the back of my head, there was nothing. I ran across the room, jumped into my little brother's bed, and slept under the covers. Well, I don't know if you'd call it sleeping, but I did something until it was light. I never told anyone about it, not until years later. Apparently everyone had some sort of strange experience there, one time or another. Glad this is the only one that really sticks out in my memory. Growing up, my family's property in Michigan sat against vast woods. My parents would speak of strange occurrences, unsettling stories that they'd heard about the woods. Things like people's pets going missing, seemingly vanishing into thin air, in good numbers too. Stories of brave men being chased off their own property. My dad said that he could see the terror in the men's eyes as they recounted their encounters with a creature that they referred to as the Dog Man. Were they just stories to scare me and my friends? Not likely. These trees hold secrets. Or, hear the whispers of the leaves? That's Mother Nature. These are things that my mom would say. She was sort of that way, easygoing, if you will, nature type, be kind to earth, that type of thing. My dad, on the other hand, he had his own feelings about the woods. Not all the woods, just ours. He didn't go out there much, and even kept a loaded shotgun nearby whenever we were outside, especially at night. All these precautions I didn't fully understand until later, but regardless, these woods were both a playground and an enigma. The towering trees created a sanctuary, often filled with birds and squirrels, a scurrying deer here and there. Go a bit deeper and you'll find black bears, wolves, and the mammoth of them all, the moose. Most of these animals are more or less wary of people. It usually takes going into their space to see them, All in all, the woods felt inviting during the day. Nightfall, however, it brought a symphony of both terrifying and unsettling sounds. Howls through the silence, echoing, accompanied by rustling branches, crunching leaves, all creating some sort of haunting melody, one that's hard to ignore, especially after this night. The story is about my first and only encounter. The night childhood innocence collided head-on with the uncanny. My friends and I were sitting around a fire that had been lit for likely hours. We'd been sharing laughter and harmless banter, unaware of the horrors that awaited us that night. My parents' house stood just a few paces away from the fire pit, and I recall a couple of times that night my dad asking us what all the yelling was about. Just being loud kids. As we exchanged stories of crushes and making fun of one another for those very crushes, our joyous night took an unexpected turn. Without warning, my dog, Tato, darted away from our spot and toward the woods. This was highly unusual, as Tato was typically obedient and seldom strayed far from my side. As Tato charged towards the looming woods, tail raised high in a defensive stance, I felt a legitimate wave of fear wash over me. One of my friends, unfazed by the dangers that potentially lurked in the woods, playfully dashed after Tato, imitating his movements in a foolish attempt to coax him back. Concern had officially gripped me, and I too sprinted toward the woods in an attempt to prevent either of them from going too far. As I reached the edge of the woods, my stomach twisted in a knot. Tato's growls were laced with both defiance and terror. He had entered the woods, and though dark, I could still see him, holding that defensive stance. I told my friend to stay back, only he laughed this off. He passed me and stood next to Tato, innocently requesting that he come back, that he leave it, whatever it was. Drawing closer, I saw something that surely defied all logic. Amid the darkness, in front of us but further back, stood a creature like none I'd ever seen before. Its massive, brawn-like frame was covered in wiry black fur. My eyes widened, fixated on its stance, upright. It stood as though it was a person, but the shape of its head, it wasn't human at all. But it was also like no wolf I'd ever seen, and certainly like no dog I'd ever seen. Suddenly, I realized it was looking in our direction, but its eyes, reflecting in the moonlight, they were an otherworldly red hue. I knew then and there I was face to face with the dogman. The realization hit me like a freight train, and terror surged through my veins. An ungodly scream erupted from my throat, almost involuntarily. Only when I stopped screaming had I realized my friend was screaming too. Sensing imminent danger, he turned to me with fear-stricken eyes I'd never seen, and I knew without words what we needed to do. "Run," I screamed, my voice trembling with urgency. Legs pumping, hearts pounding, we sprinted away from that creature, Tato eventually getting ahead of us and going straight for the back door. My other friend had been watching everything from the safety of the fire pit. But once we all ran right past him, he too started running. As we reached the safety of my parents' house, gasping for breath, I knew deep inside that my life had changed. The dogman had just basically entered my backyard. For the next hour, maybe two, my dad sat in a camping chair with a lantern and a shotgun in front of those woods. He didn't see it for himself, but I always knew he believed me. We didn't let Tato outside alone ever anymore. Couldn't risk him running off with one of us not around to see him. I wasn't going to let my dog become a local statistic. After that night, the terrifying image of that creature would forever remind me that there are many hidden horrors in the woods. And I've always felt I didn't need to explore the ones in the heart of Michigan. As an adult, I'm perfectly happy and content living in the heart of the city instead. My husband is from Russell, Pennsylvania, and he's a big, burly mechanic that doesn't get spooked very often. But he told me a story from his childhood that he apparently never got over. Has anyone else heard of this? Deep in the woods of the Allegheny National Forest, my husband and his dad were deer hunting. My husband says that he had a buck in his sights. He's about to pull the trigger, and the buck turns its head and makes eye contact with him through the zoom, like it was aware of his intentions. My husband felt a weird sense of hesitation during this time. He says that this big buck stood up like a human. Not only that, it started walking towards his hunting spot. His dad saw it too, but pulled the trigger. It hit the deer in the chest, but didn't drop it. Instead, it got back on all fours and ran away. I have to know, has anyone else seen deer walking like humans in the Allegheny National Forest?
This happened a few months ago. Me and my friends were messing around in a forest near our houses. We were walking through it, and my friend shouted out that he saw a figure in there, pointing to a drainage tunnel. We messed around by throwing rocks at the tunnel, and then we went on. We saw there was a pathway with a dead end to the left, but there was a small space to jump to. You just had to take a right. My friend and I were talking, and we saw our other friend jump to the left, where the dead end was. But when we looked, he wasn't there. We walked the entire forest 4 times. We were talking to each other, calling out for our friend. We'd made our way back to the entrance, and we saw our friend walking toward the exit. When we caught up to him, he said that he had heard us talking and bickering, following our voices, but we were at the other end. There was another weird part. When we were walking the 3rd time, one of the bushes started shaking profusely for about 4 seconds. I don't know. Some sort of mimic or other dimensions.
In August of 2016, after high school graduation, a few friends and I started doing a paranormal investigation to pass time. We conducted the investigation every summer, occasional winters, but the summer of 2017 was bizarre. There's one area we loved to go to, an abandoned prison camp area near the forests of Massachusetts. During this expedition, we got there just past midnight and immediately got bad vibes. It is one of the most haunted locations in the country. We ventured down a small dirt road to a graffiti-ridden cement building, which consisted of roughly 6 solitary confinement cells. The building was roughly 15 feet by 9 feet, so it was rather small. While 2 of our team members went to one side, my friend and I, we were crammed in one cell. We asked questions to see if any ghosties would reply to our audio recording device. We had a lengthy session. We heard footsteps in a nearby tree line. There was no one there. They got closer, closer, and closer, until I thought they were right next to me. They were so loud. Apparently, our other team members heard footsteps too, but instead, over by our car. We decided to hightail it out of there. After reviewing the audio, there was one moment that we caught a disembodied voice. My friend asked, "Is there anyone who belonged to this cell?" And a muffled, whispered replied, but we couldn't make out what it said. We put logic above the paranormal, approach every scenario as skeptics, but I firmly believe that we caught something paranormal. So this happened when my sister and I were kids, and we went hiking in the woods in our backyard in North Carolina. We only had a few neighbors around us, and our house was surrounded by woods. It was a Saturday afternoon during the summer, and my sister and I decided to go hiking alone, like we did quite frequently. We were both under the age of 8, but our parents let us go hiking alone. We loved exploring the forest and discovering new places. As we made our way through the woods, everything was fine at first. When we went to our favorite place where we usually hung out, something didn't feel quite right. I felt an uncomfortable feeling, like something was going to happen. I looked around at my surroundings and I didn't see anything or anyone. My sister and I continued walking through the woods until suddenly we heard leaves crunching behind us, so we turned around to see what it was. There was nothing there, so we thought it was just an animal. As we started hiking again, we heard the leaves crunching, and as we turned around, we saw someone run and hide behind a tree. We could see their shadow coming from behind the tree, and it looked like a person. It was definitely not an animal. We both looked at each other and felt paralyzed by fear. We started freaking out and thought this person was going to kidnap us. I grabbed my sister's hand and told her to run. We ran as fast as we could back home. Once we made it home, we ran inside and told our parents. Our parents became worried and told us next time we go hiking, don't go too far from the house anymore. I don't know who was following us, but it still freaks me out to this day. I don't know what they would have done to us if we hadn't run away. I love walking in the woods, but some strange things have happened in the woods. Have you had anything weird happen to you? This is one of the strangest things that's happened to me. It was a beautiful day for a hike in the woods, so I grabbed my backpack and set out on the trail. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and the leaves rustled gently in the breeze. As I walked deeper into the forest, I noticed that the sounds of nature had grown quieter. It was as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. That's when I saw her, a woman dressed in white, standing at the edge of a clearing. She looked like she was from another time, with a long, flowing dress and a ribbon tied around her waist. At first, I thought she might be lost or in trouble, so I approached her cautiously. But as I got closer, she vanished into thin air, leaving only the sound of rustling leaves behind. I was shaken, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to follow her. So I continued on the trail, my heart pounding in my chest. As I approached the clearing where I'd seen the woman, I heard the faint sound of music. It was a haunting melody, played on a violin. I stepped into the clearing and I saw her again, the woman in white, dancing to the music of an unseen player. She twirled and spun, her dress billowing in the breeze. But then, as suddenly as before, she vanished again, leaving me alone in the clearing. I left the woods that day feeling haunted by the memory of the ghostly woman in white. I never saw her again, but I'll never forget the feeling of being watched by something not quite of this world. I attended an overnight stay at the Pentridge prison in Melbourne last week and managed to capture a shadowy figure climbing the bottom staircase. The first image is the original. The second, it's cropped and auto-corrected. I can 100% confirm there was no one there when I took it. As a child, I was extremely scared of going to sleep. It was because every now and then I would wake up in the middle of the night, start seeing and hearing things. I used to see dark figures walking past my door. I'd hear noises of people walking downstairs. They sometimes even called my name. One night, after staying awake, trembling under my blankets for about 30 minutes, I started praying. I prayed and eventually I fell asleep. Some days after that, I moved to another room in my house. In that room, I just had a few episodes, but I never really heard the people downstairs. I work nights while my husband stays home with my daughter. I left the house at 10, and at 12:30, my daughter texted me asking if I was home. I said I wasn't. She swore she heard me calling her name when she let the dogs out. It really shook her up. She was crying, and she's normally very level-headed. She never makes up stories like this, so I was freaked out too. I told her to lock all the doors, to have her stepdad look around because I couldn't think of anything else to say. I don't know what could have happened, but she genuinely thought it was me. There's no other women in our neighborhood that know her name. Our house was built in 1900, and we've had many spooky things happen. I'm not saying this is necessarily supernatural, but it's pretty strange. Has this ever happened to anyone else? It was 4 a.m. when I woke to someone knocking at my door, but when I opened it, no one was there. I knocked on the bathroom door and my mom said to give her a minute. She was just getting my clothes. I thought nothing of it, but less than a minute later, she came out of her room with a basket of clothes. Confused, I looked at her. I asked if she'd just been in my bathroom. She shook her head. She'd been in her bathroom, and that made my heart skip a beat. I told her what happened, but she only repeated that she was in her bathroom. I just stared at her in confusion, stayed awake the rest of the night. I wasn't able to fall asleep until after 6 this morning. My name is Joseph, and I have an encounter that's puzzled me and my best friend for years. When I was in my early teens, around 14 or 15, me and my buddy used to play in the woods behind what used to be my great-grandmother's old house. The woods had a little gully or gulch that we used to jump using our bikes, and a few kudzu vines that grew thick enough to swing on. Well, one June afternoon, right around 1:45, we were back there playing when we heard something running towards us. Too slow to be an animal, or at least one in the area that we lived in North Carolina, but way too fast to be human. We bolted out of the woods as fast as we could. The weird part is that nothing chased us farther than the edge of my old great-grandma's driveway. Being the stupid kids we were, we kept going back to see if we could catch whatever it was and see what it was. One night we decided to go around midnight to see if the reason we were not catching this thing was because it was daytime, despite our terrifying encounter during the day. We gave each other a 20-minute leeway in case the other wasn't in the agreed-upon spot at midnight. Sure enough, my buddy, who we'll call Q, was late, so I did what we agreed, which, looking back now, was an idiotic idea. I yelled out his name a few times. Well, shortly after the 5th time of calling out Q's name, I heard what sounded like his voice, but not quite him. It yelled out for help. When I looked where the sound sounded like it was coming from, I saw something that was 5 feet tall, while on all fours, standing at the end of the street, staring straight at me. I took off running, hid under a parked moving truck for what felt like forever. The last I saw of the creature, it ran off into the woods by my great-grandma's old house. The only reason I know I didn't imagine it is after I bolted into my house. Evidently after that, my buddy came outside, and the exact same thing happened to him. He told me the exact same description of the thing before I could even mention it to him. To this day, we're in our mid-20s now. We've never entered those woods again. Vowed to never set foot in them again until we know what it is and if we can kill it.
This happened to me while walking through the park near my old house at night. While the park looks like 2 square miles of pure nature, it's surrounded by the city on 3 sides, with a suburban area on the 4th. It's not in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes I go to this park after work. It's a safe place. Squirrels are the biggest animals, so there's usually nothing to worry about. This time, I veered away from the trails and went to the bottom of a wide ravine where there's a shallow stream and some ponds. Most of the shore is lined with bushes and trees, and there's a type of sticky black clay that the local villagers call black mud. It was a clear enough night, and there were no trees above the stream, so I could see without a flashlight. Everything seemed normal, but then I saw movement behind the bushes just 15 yards ahead of me. I walked forward slowly, trying not to make a sound. There was enough space between the bushes to see a small meadow on the other side, along with at first I thought it was a dog, but I can't remember anything about it. The only thing I remember is instinctively rushing backwards to the stream. There, I picked up the biggest branch that I could see and continued running away with frequent glances over my shoulder. But nothing was there. Half a mile later, I stopped on a hill that overlooked the ravine. All was calm and quiet. Confused, I dropped my stick and went home. I have no idea what it could be, but I was in full panic mode for a few minutes, and then I wasn't. It was like flipping a switch. I've done my best to sort these events chronologically. They took place when I was between the ages of 14 and 20. I'm currently 22. Until 2 years ago, I lived in a Polish village called Mojca. It's less than a kilometer away from the city of Kielce. Also, my friend Jacob witnessed several of these situations. The forest itself was huge, but that's typical for Poland. Jacob and I often spent our free time there. We loved to explore it. We built a small bridge over the stream so that we didn't have to go around or through it. A few days later, we were returning home when a stone almost hit me in the head. It looked like it came from a tree. We were still deep in the woods, so it's unlikely a person threw it. We joked about it even though it was technically a dangerous situation, but otherwise, we ignored it. At harvest time, we liked to jump over the hay bales that were tucked back in the forest. That way the farmers didn't see us. Once, when it was already getting dark, we saw a black figure behind a small stream. We watched it for a while, but we weren't concerned about it yet. We even joked that it might have been what threw the stone back then. Not long after this, we saw the figure 2 more times in the same areas. We found something like rabbit holes in a deeper part of the forest, but they were way too big. Nearby, we found a suitcase with strange things inside, and that was the last time Jacob went into the forest. I enjoyed running through the woods, especially in the evenings. I came across a phenomenon that I can only describe as earth breathing. In a certain area, the ground regularly rose and fell, like someone taking a deep breath. This is where things get really weird. I started running my usual route, but I ended up turning back when I heard a deep, unnatural growl from the bushes. Over the years, I've heard wolves and foxes, but they sound so much different. There didn't seem to be anything in the bushes, but I didn't want to tempt fate. Last, and probably the strangest thing of all, happened when I'm an adult. It was one of the few times I went into the forest after dark. I don't remember why I was there. I was walking a long trail when I heard a church choir singing in what sounded like Latin. It wasn't very far away,
but it was coming from a denser part of the forest. Once I turned back, I didn't hear anything anymore. Years later, Jacob and I came to the conclusion that there were probably black masses or some kind of cult out there. We would often see suspicious cars hanging around. I'm not a big believer myself, but who knows? When I was 15 or so, me and my group of friends all slept over at one of our friends' houses. This dude lived in the most absolutely rural area of our already rural town, basically in the middle of the woods, a house just absolutely surrounded by thick walls of trees. In the evening, we decided to go out and start a bonfire deep in his woods. So we packed up, got our materials, and went straight out into the woods. On the way to the spot we'd be making our campfire at, he told us how fucked up and creepy his woods are. He told us the numerous things that he's seen. White, skinny figures peeking around his shed, staring at him, and running off when he looked at it. Screaming and whispers coming from the woods, figures watching him, all that good stuff. It set the mood pretty well. By around 7 at night, we had the campfire set up. It was pitch black outside, as it was the middle of winter in New Hampshire. I can still remember how creepy the whole vibe was that night. You couldn't see a single thing because the ring of light coming out of the fire, everything else was just a black wall of nothingness. And the sound of the forest, it was so quiet that it was almost deafeningly loud if we didn't talk. We ended up needing more firewood, amongst other things, to sustain us and the fire, so my friend takes me with him to go back and get it. Without a flashlight or any source of light, me and him walk the 1.5 mile long trail back to his house in complete and utter darkness. It was all good. We were talking, joking with each other, having a good time just hanging out. When the first noises started, he immediately made me stop talking. To my left and my right was a bunch of different sounds, screaming, laughing, talking, whispering, shouting, people saying inaudible words. It sounded like there were something around 20 people around us. The natural night vision had set in a decent amount. I looked over at my friend, who had his head down and didn't say a single word. Known for being a complete goofball and a wild, funny dude, I'd never seen him look so shaken and serious in my life. He had this look to him that still haunts me to this day. We knew him, and he portrayed himself as this fearless leader type of our group. Seeing him so shaken up and afraid was really, really unsettling. I started to say something along the lines of, "What the fuck is that?" before he cut me off and told me to be quiet, face forward, and not to pay attention to any of the sounds. I did what he said, and the next 3 or so minutes was uncomfortable and terrifying. I remember feeling sick to my stomach. By the time we reached his house, the sounds had stopped. We both grabbed what we needed to grab in the silence, and that's when I could really listen to the sheer quietness of that night. No birds, no sticks falling, no sound. Absurdly silent. We walked back to the campsite. Nothing else occurred that night. Still my most unsettling and bizarre experience that I've almost no explanation of. This could be a paranormal experience, although I'm not sure.
This happened in South Carolina. I saw the last post about this happening to another woman, so it seemed like a good time to tell someone. This was one of the worst experiences in my life, and I hadn't thought about it for a long time. Someone said I should write a book of all the horrible things that have happened in my life, because it should have been more than a person can handle. I was dating a guy for a couple of weeks, and we went to one of his friends' houses in the middle of nowhere.
It was a run-down, older mobile home, but who am I to judge? We went in and there were 4 other guys. I thought it was odd I was the only girl, but I shrugged it off. They wanted to play a drinking game. And back then, I was a little wild, so I was game. After about an hour, things got a little weird. I could see them looking at each other like there was an inside joke. I decided to get up and go to the bathroom. And when I came out, someone pushed me into the bedroom and locked the door. It was completely dark. I banged on the door telling them that this was not funny. The door opened, and they all came in and shut the door behind them. I could feel them grabbing at me and laughing. I was fighting and hitting, but they were too strong. The door opened, and they all left. I could hear them outside, in the hall. It didn't sound good. They were discussing the order in which they would take turns. The door opens and my mind is going a mile a minute on how I'm going to survive this. The guy came in and sat on the bed and said that he was going to get me out of there. He said that they went too far and he didn't know that they were going to hurt me. He said he thought that it was just a joke. There was a back door across the bedroom, and he said for me to run through the woods as fast as I could to the road, and he would come and find me. I ran as fast as I could, and I heard them yelling for me to come back. I could hear them coming. I got to the road and I hid behind a tree. It seemed like an hour, and I see a car pull up with him in it, and he's all bloody. They'd beaten the crap out of him for letting me go. He had my purse and ended up taking me home. I didn't know if I should trust him, but I had no other choice. I was in the middle of the woods. I heard a couple of months later that he was arrested for killing his girlfriend, and the guy who took me there was arrested for assault of another woman. Maybe if I had gone to the police, this might not have happened.
My son and I were sitting around the campfire while my brother was playing guitar. My son points straight up above us and asks, "Who's that standing in the trees?" I turn my gaze in the direction his little fingers are pointing. My eyes aren't yet adjusted to the dark. But my brother also stops his strumming, and now he's looking into the branches. From across the fire, I hear him say, "Brendan, you see that up there?" I still don't. Both of them become completely silent. My brother slowly sets down his guitar, replacing it with his Fenix HT-18 flashlight. The beam from this light is powerful, capable of reaching up to a half mile. Needless to say, wherever he scanned instantly became lit up like it was midday. He pans this bright spotlight back and forth above our heads, searching for whatever he and my boy just saw. When he returns to his chair, he sets the flashlight down and says, "I swear to God, man, I thought I saw someone standing in those trees over there." I stand up and begin to stare into the dark trees in front of us. My brother and I are experienced hunters, so his adamancy about it being a someone in the trees rather than a something made me rather nervous. I still felt like it was so dark I couldn't see anything but the silhouettes of the trees. Still scanning, I hear my son say something, but he's quiet, so I have to ask him to repeat himself. "It's still there. Can you see it?" I tell him I don't think I can see anything, but I'm trying. "What the hell?" My brother turns his light back on. "You don't see this, Ken? Follow my light." I hear my brother shout whisper from across the fire, and then it clicks. I thought I was looking for someone or some animal. I was looking lower. But what I saw moving in front of us within the trees, were things that appeared to be almost as tall as the trees themselves. In fact, at first that's what I thought they were. I didn't even think anything of them swaying back and forth until now. Whatever these were, they were absent of natural color. Instead, they were solid black voids, even with this bright light. They were absolutely separate from anything around them. Their movement was subtle but massive. My brother and I shared a brief exchange, questioning if it looks like they're getting closer. We can't decide. I'm pretty sure they are. My son points to the right of where I'm looking. And sure enough, there's more. And they're moving in, so to speak. Then the light is cut as my brother rapidly moves towards the tent, likely grabbing his rifle. I move towards my son, stepping us both back towards the tent. Without the light, it's almost impossible to see anything besides the fire. I can't even tell if those things are still there. Everything is dark. My brother returns the light, and as he turns around and points his rifle towards the trees, I watch as the flashlight moves from side to side, scanning the same area we just had, and nothing. Whatever the hell those things were, they were now completely gone. Needless to say, so were we. We never went back to that particular spot again. I don't know that those things meant harm, but their presence was incredibly intimidating. So, I think we made the right choice. My friend likes to go mushroom foraging, and one time, she brought me with her. We got further and further into the woods, getting distracted by cool rocks, different mushrooms, a cool stick, or even just by talking. We were having a great time, just the two of us, until we stumbled into a clearing where a man was sitting, skinning what looked like a deer. I was frozen for a second. I mean, I moved to this yeehaw-ass town about 1.5 years ago. I'm from the Bronx, where you see weird shit, but I'm definitely not used to hunting culture. My friend and I were just sort of frozen. The man looked up, covered in blood, and said, "You know it's not safe for girls like you out here, right?" Then he let out a raspy laugh, instantly chilling my bones. He picked up his frighteningly large knife and just kept skinning the deer and muttering about all the dangerous animals in these woods. My friend and I were just nodding, not sure what else to do or say. He looked back up at us and he said, "There's the bears, sure, the mountain lions, the fisher cats, and the rabid coons, but the most dangerous thing out here?" He leaned forward and pointed the knife. "Man, the most dangerous game there is." My friend and I made eye contact and just booked it through the woods, through the bushes and thorns. And eventually we found our way back to her property. Not sure if creepy hunter guy was just scaring us for shits and giggles, but fuck, it was creepy. I'd like to think that he just got some fun out of scaring 2 teenagers, but Jesus Christ, not in the mood for this dude to pull a frickin' Robert Hansen. My younger brother and I have lived near the desert our whole lives. We're extremely experienced campers. I'm 20 and I've never believed in anything paranormal until last night. But my brother, he's always been able to see and sense jinns. They're basically demons. We always go to the same place when we want to camp with minimum effort, and the beginning of our day was completely normal. But the closer we got to our destination, the more I noticed my brother's mood shifting. When I asked him what was wrong, he shrugged me off, just said to keep driving. I felt fine when we got there, but my brother was unusually quiet. It was the afternoon, and we planned to leave at midnight. The heat was intense, so we set up under a few trees near some water. In the Middle East, it's said that that's where jinns live, but I didn't believe that. As we set up our tent, it fought us. We would secure one end and another end would pop up. When finished, it looked as if something was pushing on it, which is something neither of us have ever experienced, not even during a sandstorm. When my brother feels a presence, he gets extremely unlucky. After almost dropping a box of coals on his foot, he spilled a Coke on his phone, smashed his elbow, and cut his finger. He was digging in his bag when he found an unsheathed knife, but he said it felt like someone actually pushed his finger into it. This was all in a matter of hours, and it made us feel uneasy. Suddenly, a random couple appeared out of nowhere, saying they were stuck in the sand and needed help. We were driving a Land Cruiser. They said that they had a Nissan Altima, so we didn't expect to encounter many issues, but we were wrong. We dug them out easily, but they somehow got stuck again as we pushed them, even though there was plenty of space available to grip. Later, my brother said that's when he really started to feel an evil presence, but he didn't want to freak me out. We ended up towing the couple out of the sand, but it was much harder than it should have been. Our strap pulled off their bumper, and we almost got stuck ourselves. When we returned to camp, everything became unusually quiet. The only sound was that of our rapidly dying fire. As we sat down to eat, my brother suddenly grabbed my hand, and he said we needed to go as quickly as possible. The fear in his voice and on his face were obvious. He didn't feel safe. So we prayed to ease our minds, but it only angered whatever was there. We quickly finished eating, but I was only humoring my brother until I suddenly had a nagging feeling that we should leave. It hit me like a wave, and I said so. We started packing. That's when we heard something on the opposite side of the small pond. I can only describe it as the sound of death. It lasted for several minutes. I felt like I was having a heart attack. After remaining frozen for a few minutes, we drove closer so we could look around with the headlights, but things got really crazy once the screaming stopped. At first, we heard twigs snapping and footsteps all around us. Then we saw shadows behind the trees. I tried everything to get those shadows to change shape. I walked around the trees, moved the lights, but nothing happened. It looked and felt like people were staring at us. We felt like we weren't alone, and that the entities weren't friendly. We also noticed 3 cats huddled behind our car, away from the trees, but thankfully they left as we started reversing. They looked terrified, and they were staring at the trees. It felt like whatever was there was getting closer, but luckily, we were able to pack up quickly. All was silent as we did so. I was most terrified while driving back to the main dirt path. I could tell the steering was off, like it was fighting against me, but that stopped the second we were on the highway. The sound of snapping twigs still surrounded us, and it was loud enough to be heard over the car. The path was covered in birds. They just stood there, staring until we got close. Then they walked away. My brother said to keep looking straight ahead. Under no circumstances was I to look through his window. We were in a part of the desert where we had to drive through the whole of inaccessible areas to get onto the highway. There were no other people around. The only thing we saw was an abandoned Toyota Helix positioned behind a small sand dune. Hidden by the trees, but it was far enough from our campsite to be ruled out as the source of anything we'd heard. As we were nearing the exit, we saw a deer standing in the middle of the path, staring directly at us. In 16 years where we're from, I've only seen one deer, and that was someone's pet. I was in shock. The deer wouldn't move until we were close enough to smell it. Then, it slowly walked away while looking right at us. We quickly drove past it. My brother gasped before sternly saying to keep my eyes on the road. As we got on the highway, I asked what he kept seeing, and he reluctantly described large figures around us anytime we went around a bend. They were either pointing at us or ahead of us. I'm glad he didn't tell me until later. We still hadn't encountered anyone, but we heard sounds all around us. I was thrilled to finally see the exit, but that quickly faded when we saw another deer standing in the middle of the road. This one slowly walking away, but still looking at us. Only this time, it looked more like a kangaroo mixed with a deer. It had milky eyes, looked rotten, but I didn't care. I just stepped on the gas and was glad it got out of the way in time. At the exit, I was about to turn right when my brother said to turn left instead, towards a small town. He saw another line of figures pointing ahead of us and didn't think that we would make it home in one piece if we followed their directions. The further we drove, the less we felt like we were being watched. I was distraught. My brother said that that's because we were alone. The jinn wanted to cause us harm. They get you in rural places, so you're forced to stop. And then they can do whatever they want. That's why there were so many animals on our path. He also said that they cause bad luck. He'd felt them from the second we entered the desert. Before this, I always just dismissed his feelings as him being afraid. I can excuse the sounds, shadows, and the feelings of being watched, but I can't excuse the 2 deer or the car randomly fighting against me. It's safe to say we're not camping there anymore, and I'll never again dismiss my brother when it comes to his sense of these things. I'm just so thankful we made it home safely. This incident happened in late summer 2018. It was in the mountains of North Georgia. I'm a surveyor with 20 years experience in Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, and North and South Carolina. So I'm extremely comfortable in the woods as I spend so much time outdoors, most of the time being very far back in the forest. And a great deal of it is on national forestry land, where you don't see anyone for days at a time. On the day it happened, I was surveying a piece of property on a small Corps of Engineers lake bordering a large tract of national forest land. I was opening a robotic survey total station, transit, which means you don't need a partner to run a survey crew, and instead of having 2 or 3 people on a crew, you generally work alone. The property was fairly large, approximately 500 acres made up of mostly steep mountains and hollows covered in dense mountain laurel. I had just finished up cutting a traverse line along the property line, running to the top of the ridge, roughly 350-400 feet away, with my machete. Traverse lines are typically about 5 feet wide and cut as close to the ground as possible to ensure a line of sight for the instrument. I just walked back down the slope to get ready to traverse to the top of the ridge when I noticed someone or something hairy, wearing what I originally thought was a hat, slowly walk across the opening that I'd just made a few minutes earlier, and it stopped to look at me. It had a large hand reaching up to grab a tree limb that it was next to. At the time, I thought someone must have been walking or hiking at the top of the ridge. It's not uncommon to see people from time to time. But then I realized that it was way too hot to be wearing a large, shaggy brown jacket, as it was in the high 90s. And as it stared down the hill at me, I could make out pointed ears on the top of its head and a long snout. Then it slowly walked out of sight. At this point, I took out my headphones and started paying closer attention to the situation. As I took my headphones out, I realized that it was dead silent in the woods, and in Georgia during the summertime, it's always extremely loud with insects. I waited a few minutes, and I walked to the top of the ridge to see what was going on and to grab my equipment, which I seriously considered leaving, and I noticed disturbed vegetation leading in the direction I saw it walking. Thinking harder about what was going on, I realized that the lower limbs on the tree that I saw it walk behind as it went out of sight was right at 6 feet tall, and what I originally thought to be a jacket was fur. And that's when it all set in, and I got scared. I could hear something moving in the short distance, coming from the area that it had walked to. So I decided to start making the 50-minute walk back to the truck. I could hear movement up on the ridge, parallel and above me during my walk back, but I didn't think it was moving in reaction to me necessarily, although I wasn't willing to wait around and find out. I made it to the truck, and since then, I've only told 2 people about my experience, and that was pretty much it as far as the encounter goes. I know it wasn't a bear, as I've been around them my whole life, and I see them all the time. I've definitely been deep in the woods on several occasions, and I've experienced all sounds and signs of life just disappear at the drop of a hat. It takes on new significance now. I carry a pistol every day, and on some occasions a short rifle if the job calls for it due to bears, wild dogs, finding illegal pot-growing operations. But I can definitely say that it brought me zero comfort on that day. I was scared to my very core, and I've got a new sense of respect for the woods now. I would advise that if you work in the woods alone, please pay attention to your surroundings. I think a lot about what might have happened if I hadn't looked up when I did, or if I'd been a little bit slower walking back down the hill. I was probably very close to it, with my back turned before walking downhill with my headphones in, listening to Joe Rogan. If it wanted me, I wouldn't be here today. I firmly believe I was within mere yards of it on the ridge, with no idea I was being shadowed by a monster. People go missing all the time in the woods, and they're never seen again. I believe I know what takes some of them, as I've seen it. Whether you believe me or not, it's of no consequence to me. But it took me a long time to feel comfortable telling anyone about my experience. If it helps one person pay attention in the woods, I'm happy to be called crazy over it. Stay safe and please watch your kids in the woods above anyone else. God bless. So I'll start off by saying that I'm Native American. So for me, a lot of weird and creepy crap happens. But I'm going to start with the first one I remember. It was summer. I was about 6 or 7 years old, and I was running around with no shoes on in my grandma's yard. As I was playing in the yard, I hear my grandma call my name from the woods. Comet! I stood there confused. I didn't see my grandma go into the woods, but she called again. Comet! I call back to her. Granny, where are you? She responds with my name again. I respond back. Hold on, let me put my shoes on. I run inside to go get my shoes on. As the door opens and I sit down to put them on, my grandma walks out of the kitchen and tells me my lunch is almost ready. I stare at her, and she notices, asking me, "What's wrong?" I ask her if she was just in the woods. She shakes her head, and I tell her that she just called me from the woods. My grandma walks to the door as I say that, closes it, locks it. She says to me, by far the creepiest thing for a kid to hear. If someone calls your name from the woods, never go to it. I said okay, and she says, don't go back outside. I don't know what I heard that day, but since that day, I've heard my mom's voice, dad's, brothers, sisters, grandpas, aunts, uncles, friends, even my freaking unborn cousin at the time. I don't know what does that, but I'm scared, and I'll never go into the woods looking for it. Now, to start this off, I'm a 29-year-old man, and 3 times a year I head up to the Georgia mountains to camp, fish, and have a great time. But after my last trip, I doubt that I'll ever go again. I had been super excited the week before I was to head up to Georgia, and when the day finally came, I could have died from happiness. I loaded up my dog buddy and all of my gear and started the trip. About an hour into my trip, I saw a road that I'd never been on before. I decided I would take an hour to look around and go back to the main road. I lost track of time, and before I knew it, the sun was setting. I grabbed my gear and buddy, and we hiked about 10 minutes before finding a nice clearing in the forest. I set up camp and looked around my camp. I saw a small, man-made trail leading into the dark trees and decided that me and Buddy needed a walk. I grabbed my walking stick, Buddy's leash, and a headlamp. We headed into the trail. I knew something was wrong when I couldn't hear a single insect or animal. Me and Buddy stopped at the little creek when I saw something terrifying. 2 eyes reflecting from the headlamp. This thing was really tall, like 6 or 7 feet, and the eyes, they were too big to be human. My dog is usually very protective of me, but instead of barking or doing something, he whimpered and peed on my leg. I've never seen him act like this before. He's seen bears before, and he's scared mountain lions away, but he's never peed like this. As Buddy kept whimpering, I felt terrible, like this thing hated me and it could rip me to shreds if it wanted to. Then it made the scariest noise I've ever heard. Sounded like a maniac screaming. Me and Buddy bolted back to our camp. In our camp, I could still hear the thing. Needless to say, I was not staying here. I packed up the camp as Buddy stood watch. We ran to my truck and got out of there. I went straight home. I didn't sleep the whole night. Later on, I looked on the internet of what could have made that noise. Nothing even came close to it. I really don't know what it was, but there's something weird in the woods of Georgia. I had previously posted this story with my wife's account a couple of days ago. I didn't know what we had seen, and it wasn't until someone replied with, "Feel free to post on crawlers," that this caught me off guard, as I'd never heard of Glimmerman, Wendigo, crawlers before. Now, I haven't read too much into this topic as I have a lot going on, but I soon realized that this ties in just about everything that's happened since we moved in a year ago. I'm going to start with the seemingly unrelated incidents that have led up to this most recent, eye-opening experience. About a year ago, I moved my family and I to a home way out in the woods in Tennessee. The nights here can be extremely loud. Between the crickets, the tree frogs, and the cicadas, it can almost be deafening. One night, not too long after we moved in, I'd forgotten something in my car and I headed outside to get it. The first thing that struck me as odd was that my dog wouldn't go outside with me. My dog goes everywhere with me, as I'm her whole world. But not this night. As I held the door open, she looked out and then looked up at me like, nope. So I walked out and shut the door behind me.
The second thing that caught me off guard was that there was not a peep. It was dead silent. Still, shrugged this off and walked down my front steps and headed down to the car. When I'd gotten about 10 feet from my car, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I felt as though something was watching me. I looked around but saw nothing. After I reached in the car for what I'd forgotten earlier, I had this feeling like something was moving towards me. I took a step back and checked around me. All of a sudden, I heard one of my hedges next to me that lined the walkway to our front door rattle. At first, I thought it was a rabbit. Maybe I'd spooked it, as I'd just seen one earlier in that same spot. A few seconds later, I heard the sound of a large rock, about the size of a cantaloupe, landing a few feet away from me. It hit the walkway and bounced into the shrub. I drew my gun and called out and said whoever this was is about to get shot. After a few seconds of nothing, I began to think that maybe this was some local teenagers messing with the new people. I holstered my sidearm, turned, and started walking back to my front door. Almost as soon as I turned towards my house, I heard this deep, panting sound. It sounded like a huge dog, but what made me nope back into my front door was that it sounded like it was right behind me. I leapt onto my porch, turned and drew my gun again, expecting something to be right there, but again, there was nothing. A couple of weeks later, I was on my porch at night, sitting on a bench with my wife. She got up and walked inside to get something, and as soon as she shut the door, I heard that panting sound again. I couldn't see anything, yet this sounded like it was right on top of me. The sound was coming from everywhere, and it was very loud. Again, I couldn't see anything, so I noped it back inside my house. Now, at this point, I was questioning moving here, but after nothing else really happening, I let it go. A month or so later, it was a really rainy, stormy night. This is around 9 p.m. My wife and I enjoy listening to the rain and talking about how relaxing it is. Me, growing up in Oregon, I loved the rain. And for the past 10 years, we lived in Vegas, where it would dump the entire year of rain in a day, and then be bone dry the rest of the year. For my wife, who grew up in Nevada, rain was such a rare thing that she loved going outside and watching the rain. So for us, this is an enjoyable experience. Except this night in particular, things took a weird turn. As we were sitting there talking about the rain and relaxing, my wife stops me and said, "Did you hear that?" I said, "No, what did you hear?" To which she said, "I swear it sounded like a small child calling for help out in the woods beside our house." I said, "No, I didn't hear anything." After a few moments of us listening intently, she said, "There it is again." "I didn't hear a thing, sweetie. Are you sure you're not just hearing things?" I said. She looked at me offended that I didn't hear anything and said, "No, I'm positive. How could you not hear that at all? It was our son. I think he's out there and got lost." I said, "No, he's in the house sleeping on the couch." We then both looked through the blinds that were open right behind us, and we could see all of our children laying there. She said, "That's so weird. I swear it sounds like our son." I told her, "Well, it isn't him. He's right there. Besides, I don't hear anything." She then stands up and says, "Wow, he's really crying out for help. I need to go look for him." Now, at this point, if you knew my wife, you would know that she's absolutely creeped out by the woods. They wouldn't be caught dead walking around them during the daylight, much less at night during a storm.
I grabbed her hand and said, "I've been listening intently, and there's absolutely nobody calling out for help. You need to stay here." At this point, I'm getting worried about her. She was acting completely out of character. Not to mention, at this time, she's 8 months pregnant with our baby daughter. She then says, "What if there's some child out there, lost in the woods?" And I told her, well, first off, I would be able to hear them too. Secondly, there's no one with other kids around here for miles. The odds of them being lost around our house that's lit up like a Christmas tree is nil. She then says, "I know, but what if it's a kid?" Before I could say anything else, she stands up and starts walking towards the stairs. I jumped up and grabbed her hand again, and I said, "No, you're not going. Get in the house. I don't know what's going on, but you need to go inside." She then complies, and we both go inside. I didn't know what this was, but it freaked me out. A few months after this, just as it was getting dark outside, I heard the front door to our house open, and I got up to investigate. We have autistic 6-year-old twins, and we have a door set up so they can't open it without us there. So to hear this sound, it could only be my wife. What was weird was the fact that she usually doesn't go outside without saying something to me. I walked out the front and I saw my wife walking down our private road towards the drive on the side of our house. I asked her what she was doing, and she says she was sitting on the back patio and kept hearing a baby crying in the woods. I said, "Seriously, and you just decided to walk off into the woods to investigate?" She then looks out into the woods and says, "See, there it is again." Again, I can't hear anything, but what I did notice is that it was completely silent out again. I told her, just like before, the chances of a baby being out in the woods outside our house is slim, and that she needed to go back in the house. And she said, "What if someone left a baby out there?" And I said, "Well, if that were true, I would hear it too." At this point, I was really starting to worry about my wife's mental health. I actually asked her to see a psychiatrist, and she did. Now looking back, I feel really bad about this, knowing what I know. The key to this moment was that my wife had just given birth to a baby girl a month before. A few days after this, we were out on the front porch. It's early evening, and I just mowed the lawn, and our 3-year-old was riding around on his own little car in the front of the house. Now he knows that he's not allowed outside of a certain area that we've mapped off. He loves playing outside, but with the road behind 50 feet from our porch, we have to be careful as a lot of boaters will fly through after day drinking on their boats. As we're talking, we're both keeping an eye on him. A neighbor drives by and stops to say hi for a second. This interaction took approximately 8 seconds, as all they said are, "How are things?" We said good, and he told us he'd stop by later, as his wife had something for the kids, who happens to be one of their school teachers. And we said, "Okay, great," and he drove off. I looked over at our son, and he was gone. I called out his name and ran over to the side of the house, and I could hear his car on the side drive. I scolded him for leaving the area, and he said something in his 3-year-old gibberish and pointed to the woods behind our house. I said he had 5 seconds to get back up to the front of the house or else, and he adamantly pointed back in the direction of the woods and kept trying to tell me something. I looked off in the direction of the woods and just assumed that he saw a deer or a squirrel or something, and he wanted to see it up close. I walked him back up the front of the house, and he cried the whole way there. He got really upset that I wouldn't let him go to the woods, but I just wrote that off as him being a curious 3-year-old, as most boys are. Now, this incident isn't isolated, as our twins have done similar things, but nothing quite as extreme as this. There have been nights where we just laid down for the night, and heard a loud bang on the side of the house, on the wall behind our bed. It was so loud that I jumped up and looked out the window. Our floodlight had come on, but I could see nothing. The weird part about this is that our bedroom sits about 12 feet from the ground level, as we have a full-size basement that's cinder block. I put on my slippers, and I grabbed one of my 12-gauge shotguns, walked outside to investigate. It was dead silent, again. The floodlight that's on the side of the house had clicked off at this point, so I walked over to the end of the deck and shined my light around the yard. There was nothing. I walked around the house, shined the light around intently. As I approached the back side of my house, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. It felt like someone was watching me. I shined the light up into the trees, but again, nothing. I rounded the corner, and the first thing I noticed was that my 3 dogs were in their area, and they weren't making a peep. Now our dogs have no filter, and they'll bark at anyone and everyone. This includes me. So to see them all hiding with their tails between their legs, not making a peep, really had me worried. As I kept walking around, all of a sudden the crickets and the frogs started making sounds again. It was as if someone had clicked a switch. I walked into the house, told my wife that I hadn't seen anything. She shrugged and said, "Okay, as long as the dogs were okay." Due to the circumstances that night, I decided to let the dogs sleep in with us. The very same thing has happened on all 4 exterior walls of the house. It's random and annoying, but just like these instances every time, there's nothing going on outside. There have also been times where we're sitting in the house, and as I was watching a movie, my wife walked over to me and said, "Did you call me?" I say no, and she says that she swears she heard me call her name right in her ear. She said that it was definitely my voice, but she didn't understand because it sounded so close, and I was a good 20 feet away from her in my recliner. The important part to this was that she was sitting at the table doing something, and the slider to the backyard was open behind her. Now, our back patio sits about 20 feet off the ground, and it's like a balcony. It's got no staircase access outside. There have been several instances where she would say that she heard someone whisper in her ear, but she couldn't make out the sound. Again, I kept thinking that she was going crazy, but as you'll see, I think all of this tied into the final moment where things are revealed. The last thing I want to mention before we get into what just happened is that I have a shooting range built behind my workshop on the opposite side of our property, next to the main road. It's kind of on a downslope, but it works perfectly for what I need it for. The range itself is cut straight into the woods, going down about 100 yards or so. When you're at the downrange, you have woods surrounding you on all sides, except back up at my shop. I have to say that it always has felt creepy when I'm dealing with my targets or mowing. When you're down there, it feels like you're miles from anyone. One day, around 5 in the evening, I was sighting in a new rifle scope. The sun was still up, but was starting to go down. So, I knew this was going to be the final test. Up until this point, nothing really happened while I was making my multiple trips downrange, other than this feeling of uneasiness. As I got downrange, I kept getting this feeling like someone or something was watching me. I looked around, but didn't see anything. As I was placing stickers over my previous shots, I heard something big off to the side of me. It sounded like a large branch had snapped off a tree. Now, if you've been in Tennessee woods, you'll know that a lot of branches fall off of trees randomly, out of nowhere. So this is nothing new, except this time it was very loud, and it sounded like fresh, strong wood, if that makes any sense. I turned and looked, but again, I couldn't see anything. I started walking back up to my rifle, and I swear I heard someone right behind me. I turned around, but again, nothing. As I started to walk again, I heard this deep growl. It was really deep and loud, and what's worse is that it was all around me. I turned around facing the range and started walking backwards. The thought of some rabid dog charging out of the bushes had me freaked out, so running wasn't a good idea. I slowly walked backwards up the hill to my rifle, but nothing happened. I grabbed my rifle and sprayed the target with rapid fire, hoping to scare off whatever was stalking me. I left 10 rounds in the mag and grabbed my rifle bag. I quickly walked up to the house. I didn't tell my wife about this because I didn't want her to freak out. Fast forward, about a year later when we moved in, my niece was staying with us as a live-in nanny to earn money over summer break from college. We were on our way back from the store and a mile from our house, and I saw 2 eyes reflecting in the headlights, coming from a wide tree on the side of the road just ahead. It had caught my attention because they were higher than a deer, but a different color and size too. Just as I had said, "What is that?" and squinted, they vanished. I had made a comment that it was almost as if it had known I could see it, and it moved. The color was kind of a golden green. They resembled the mannerisms of a large cat, as they felt ominous. It's hard to explain, but I shrugged it off as we were passing the tree, and I saw nothing. A few moments later, we arrived at the house. We were getting bags out of the car. My 3-year-old son came bolting out of the house, excited to see me. As I was waiting to help her carry in the bags, I heard my dog growl. I looked in the direction that she was looking up at, my neighbor's property across the street. Now what I saw kept me up all night. Up until this point, I've always been skeptical, as I'd never seen anything with my own 2 eyes, even with what had happened to me the year prior. I still had my doubts that this was just my mind playing tricks on me. Now my street is kind of spread out. Each house sits on several acres, and at the end of the road is Kentucky Lake. My neighbor's house sits adjacent to my house on about an acre lot. Directly in front of my house is a wall of woods, and behind my house is several thousand acres of untouched forest. As I was looking across the street to my neighbor's property, I saw a large, dark figure between the trees. At first, the movement caught me off guard, as it looked like something big moving quickly on all 4s. Then, when it came out into clear view, it stood up and walked like a man. At first, I didn't know what to make of it. It was very tall, but what was so strange about it was the distance that it was covering, and the fact that it was in front of his shed. I swear I could see through it. It was clearly walking quickly, but moving faster than any person could at a sprint. More importantly, there was no sound. It was like it was phasing in and out of reality as it moved. I said, "What the hell is that?" and realized that it was looking directly at us. It had moved at an angle away from us to minimize its time out in the open, and moving quickly as it could while still being silent. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I realized that whatever it was stalking us. I told my niece to get in the house now, and I grabbed my son and booked it inside. I grabbed my AR-15 with the short scope and came back outside to see my niece still grabbing stuff out of the car. Knowing I told her firmly and clearly to get in the house, her disregard for my command annoyed me, but still I watched over her without saying a word. As she was slowly walking, she turned towards the woods across the street from my house and suddenly bolted for the house. She ran up the steps in a panic state. I asked her what she saw, and her face was pale as a ghost. She said, "I heard something big in the woods, walking loudly on the leaves. When I turned towards it, I heard a deep, guttural growl." I asked her why she didn't come in when I told her, and she said that she thought I was talking to my son. I told her what I'd seen, and she wanted to get a closer look to see if she could see something for herself. I told her it wasn't a good idea, and she went anyways. As she was walking down the walkway, I heard the sound of dry leaves crunching in the woods across the street. I told her to stop and come back to take the flashlight. Now at this point, she's about 6 feet away from my wife's SUV. As she turned and started walking back towards me, I caught a glimpse of something gray and hairy. It bolted from behind the SUV, back across the street into the woods. My porch is a raised porch. Our SUV is about 6.5 feet tall, and whatever this was, it cleared about 45 feet in what looked like a single jump. It moved like lightning. Whatever it was, it wanted my niece. It jumped behind the car, out of my line of sight, and was waiting for her. She still doubted my warnings and grabbed the flashlight, walked back towards the car. As she entered my driveway, she stopped dead in her tracks, leaned forward as if she could see something. I asked her what she saw. She turned and ran back up to the porch with a terrified look on her face, saying, "Nope, nope, nope, nope," over and over again. She said it was a figure hiding inside the tree, and she saw its eyes. I asked her what they looked like. All she could say was that they looked a dull red at first, but as she got closer, they looked dead. I said, "What do you mean dead?" And she said, "The pupils, they looked grayed out, like eyes when they go blind." She said that it was really dark gray, and she swears that she could see through it, almost like a dark cloud. She wanted to go out again, and she took a step down the stairs. As she did, it revealed itself from the tree. I said, "Get inside," and I went in and locked the door. It looked like a tall human being shape. It was really tall, and it looked ominous as hell. The next morning, we did a height comparison to the tree limb that she saw it stand over, and I put its height at around 9 feet tall, and its eyes were about 6 inches apart. At this point, I don't know what this thing was. After doing some research, I think that this was a glimmerman or crawler. I looked to see if there have been any other sightings in Benton County, but nothing. More importantly, I swear it would phase in and out, almost like a shadow person, but bigger and more obvious. I originally posted this on a Bigfoot sub, but after doing a bunch of research, I believe that it belongs here. One of the things that makes it fit is that it can communicate telepathically. This explains why everyone was hearing something that nobody else could hear. Secondly, it has a playback-like communication. So when I heard a dog panting, it was probably one of my dogs that it had heard. My wife was actually hearing our son crying for help, as he'd recently fallen and cried for help. The baby crying would be our newborn baby, who she'd given birth to recently. And it must have heard me call my wife's name, and kept telepathically calling my wife's name with my voice. Another thing that my niece had said that night was that she felt compelled to go back outside to it. She said she felt like this thing was communicating with her somehow, and it wanted her to go back outside. The more I read about this thing, the more everything that's been happening over the past year makes sense. One thing that I find extra convincing is that down the road towards the lake, there's a property that's barbed wired off, and it's a wall of forest with no driveway. A lot of the property down our road is undeveloped owned land, and on one of those trees, there's a large old sign that says, "Screamer lives here," with an arrow pointing back into the woods. Now, I have to admit, when I first saw this sign, I laughed, thinking maybe the owner screamed at trespassers who entered his property, and teenagers put up the sign to mess with him. But when I did a satellite search of the neighborhood, the entire section of road has no houses or trails or anything, and is just pure forest for as far as the eye can see. One of the things that this thing is said to do is make a loud scream when threatened. Now that you understand my story, I doubt that this is ending. The next question is, what can we do? I don't want my wife or kids to disappear one day. And if there is more than one of these things out there, this really makes the missing 411 make a whole lot of sense. I feel perplexed and scared, as what can I do? Any advice? I'll try and keep this post alive with as many new experiences as I can. This happened many years ago. To preface, I don't believe in the paranormal, but to me it's really fun to think about. And this experience I had definitely has the paranormal vibes that some stories do. So I decided I'd post it. I was in high school in Northern California, and my closest friend was having a family reunion I was invited to. Around 9 p.m., the last family had arrived, and for some reason, they didn't have their daughter with them. I don't know why they left her, so they asked us to go get her. Now, Tizian just got his first car, and when you finally have that freedom, anything is a good excuse for a road trip. And they live 2.5 hours away, but they gave us money for gas. So we pile in the car, and we're on our way without a second thought. We've got music going, snacks, all around just enjoying a good time. Finally, we get off the highway and find ourselves in a secluded, forested town. No big deal. We find the last turn and are going down a tiny dirt road with thick, thick forests on both sides. Eventually, the radio starts to cut away a little bit, and I turn it down so we're not listening to static. But this little dirt road just goes on and on and on, to the point of absurdity. So me and Tizian start joking about who in the world would come out this far to build a house. Then, and this is what will stick with me for the rest of my life, this overpowering smell comes into the car. Copper. So thick it's almost suffocating. We both retch, and it made my stomach turn. It was so heavy in the air, I felt like it could be cut with a knife. We kept going, though, and eventually we made it to a wooden bridge about 20 feet long. As we kept on going, the smell dissipated, and the radio came back in. We eventually made it to a clearing with about 5 houses, which we immediately started laughing about. Not only did they come all the way out here to build one house, but they built 5 in the middle of the woods. Why? So we pick up his cousin, Shy, that's her name, and I immediately ask her about the smell coming in, and she has no clue what I'm talking about. There's never been a smell before. She gets in the car and is about our age,
and has the same taste in music. The song comes on that she likes and she wants us to turn it up. So we do. And now it's almost midnight, and we're blasting music back down this absurdly long road, back the way we came. As expected, the radio starts to cut out little by little, and then the smell hits us again. Not gradually, though, more like smacking into a wall of pennies. I immediately turn to Shy and ask again, and she's absolutely disgusted and ensures us that this is not normal. But as she's saying that, we come back onto the bridge, and as we're making it over, suddenly the car stops. I turn to Tizian and ask what he's doing. It's not me, and he lifts his knee higher to show me that he's stepping on the gas. And that's when I hear the terrible sound of tires not making connection with the ground. And the car starts ever so slightly, lifting from the back. We all immediately look out the back window and are met with nothing but darkness. The angle that we're at isn't anything extreme, just enough to feel your weight shift. But whatever it is, it's lifting a Chevy Tahoe. Shy immediately starts screaming, and admittedly, I'm freaking out a little bit too. And the sounds of static, a girl screaming, and the engine and the tires spinning freely, they're getting to me. I'm frantically looking out of every window trying to assess the situation, but I just don't see anything. Then, Tizian yells out in panic, and just then, suddenly the back end drops. The car lurches forward, and we very nearly almost run into a tree. But thankfully, Tizian regains control. We sped out of there as fast as we could, and very quickly, the smell clears, and we find ourselves out of the forest and back on a paved road. When the radio came back, the mood was entirely too wrong, so I just turned it off as we drove down the lonely highway in silence. When we made it to the gas station, we immediately went to the back of the Tahoe to see a giant dent covering most of the center. And then Tizian finally broke the silence. I think I saw it. Shy then replied, I did too. I didn't see anything at all, but when I pressed for information, it was clear they didn't want to talk about it. Years later, when I brought it up one day, Tizian swears he saw what looked like hooves very briefly in the side view mirror. Being a skeptic, I'm not sure if I really trust him, but I also have absolutely zero clue as to what could have lifted the back of a Tahoe. Honestly, I've told this story to many of my friends, and never once have I, or anyone else, thought of something logical that makes sense. Why would a paranormal being capable of lifting a Tahoe let us go? Really wish I just got out of the car and checked out what happened. It's a question that stuck with me my whole life. When I was about 9 years old, this would have been in the early 90s, my family and I lived in a house with a fairly big wooded area behind our backyard. I say fairly big because it wasn't big enough that you could really get lost in it for very long. But it was big enough that you could walk into it for a good 20 minutes before making it to the center. It got pretty thick in some areas, and you couldn't see any of the houses from the neighborhoods once inside. To my friends and I, it was a magical world. We played in those woods all summer long. My mom would let us go in there as long as we were back by sundown. Like I said, this was the early 90s, and times were a little different then. My best friend would come over, and we would run out there and play for hours. We played hide and seek, army, Star Wars, anything we could think of. But our favorite thing to do was climb trees. We had a favorite tree to climb. It was a huge pine out towards the middle of the woods. The branches at the bottom were low enough that we could grab on and pull ourselves up.
and the branches leading up were all very strong. We could climb really high and see a view from above most of the other trees. Sometimes when I got bored at home, I'd go out there by myself. I'd climb real high in that tree and just think about stuff. I loved being way up there. It was so peaceful and calm. One Sunday, I decided to go on a solo mission in the evening. I knew I didn't have too long before dark, so I hurried into the woods to get a good climb in. I was up in my spot in no time. I remember it was late summer, and the weather was still warm late into the evening. I wanted to be able to see a little bit of sunset, and then I'd climb down and hurry home. I just sat up there and daydreamed as I waited for the sun to begin to set. Then I heard a twig snap on the ground, and when I looked straight down, I saw a man standing at the base of the tree, looking up at me. I remember he was wearing a filthy brown jacket, and he had a patchy beard. His hair was sticking up at random places, looking like he'd been relentlessly running his fingers through it. He was just staring at me with this bizarre expression that seemed to be one of wonder and delight. It was an extremely unnerving look, almost a look of someone that just realized they stumbled across the gold at the end of the rainbow. That's the only way I can describe it. It made my blood run cold. I went completely numb, like ice had been injected into my veins. I didn't know how long he'd been watching me before I noticed him. Thinking about that still makes me shiver. We just stared at each other for a moment. He didn't say anything, and neither did I. It sounds strange, but I didn't want to scream or tell him to go away because I had this feeling that told me not to provoke him in any way. After a few minutes, he spoke. "You coming down anytime soon?" I shook my head back and forth. I didn't know what to say to him. It was clear I was very uncomfortable at this point, and that should be enough to make a decent person go away. But he only grinned at me. Then he reached his hand up and grabbed the bottom branch of the tree, as if to test it, to see if it could hold him. I do believe that he may have been planning to climb the tree to me, but the lowest branch was flimsy. It wasn't strong enough to hold a full-grown adult. I thank God for that. He soon realized this and gave up, but I had seen enough. I finally broke my silence and started to yell for someone to help me. I kept screaming and screaming. The man backed away a step or two from the tree, and then he began to mumble and curse under his breath. He flailed his arms in the air in a rage and began making a motion like he was pushing an invisible person in front of him. Eventually, he turned and walked away, sort of stumbling with each step. I don't think anybody heard my cries because nobody came to help me. I stayed up in that tree for what felt like hours because I wasn't sure if he was really gone. Finally, I climbed down because the sun was beginning to set. I couldn't bear to be out there at night. I hit the ground and bolted back to my house, positive that he would pop out from a shadow and grab me. He never did. I made it home and told my parents. My dad went out to look in the woods, but he never saw anyone. We stayed in that house for about another 2 years before we moved across town to a bigger house. I never played in those woods again for the rest of our time there. I still think about that man sometimes. What would he have done if I had come down? I have no idea, but that question does keep me up some nights. Me and my buddy Nolan took our kids to do some camping and fishing one weekend outside of Bozeman. It was hot and the kids screamed and roughhoused the whole time getting there. My kid's name is Ryder. He's 7. Nolan's kid's name is Dylan. He's 6. The whole drive there, they wouldn't shut up. I put on Kids Bop, but they shouted over the music with their own lyrics about farts. Nolan laughed and encouraged it. I was flatlining on patience. We get to our camping spots and the kids jump out of the van. Their demeanor completely changes. Both of them instantly quiet down and almost look scared to be there. I ask what's wrong, and Ryder says he doesn't like it here. I'm like, are you serious? This place is beautiful. I'm theatrically throwing my arms in the air, closing my eyes, taking a deep breath. I do this as I turn, facing away from them. When I open my eyes, and I'm not shitting you, in the bright sunlight about 20 yards out from us, in the brush, the weirdest, ugliest looking deer comes from behind a large fir tree. I hear the kids yip behind me when they also notice it. As the deer walked out, its head was already turned in our direction. There was razor wire wrapped around its antlers, neck, and body, like it recently gotten tangled up in a farmer's fence or something. Part of the wiring metal wasn't visible because of how deep it was in some sections. And there was a lot of wire wrapped around this poor deer, from antlers down to its legs, wrapped around its body a few times, like it did a couple of tornado spins trying to escape. But apparently, all of those spins did the trick. If one of us would have brought a gun, we would have put it out of its misery. But all we could do at this point was watch this deer slowly walk out from behind the tree. Nolan tells the kids to get back in the car, and he and I basically shield their windows with our backs as we stare at this deer. The deer maintaining its gaze towards us. Then its broken shuffle quickens into an agonizing trot. It starts cranking its head around violently. The motion starts pushing and pulling the tangled wires, essentially beginning to saw itself apart. Pause. I'm sorry, I think I should ask if you're squeamish. Please skip this next part. Okay. The deer is bucking and thrashing in the clearing so much that it saws through its stomach. Blood, intestines, bursting into the grass, and it's the saddest, most disgusting, disturbing, vomit-inducing thing I've ever seen. The deer doesn't die, though. Its thrashing stops, and it remained standing with half of its innards on the ground, and blood still pouring waterfalls from its gaping wounds. Nolan and I watch the deer then once again attempt a labored walk parallel of us, dragging its intestines. The deer limps forward towards the lake. Its legs start pushing faster, all out of sync with themselves, and it starts thrashing again before doing those long deer leaps into the lake. We watch the water splash and the deer continue to move further off of the lake shore. Eventually, its antlers were out of sight and the water became still again. I was so grateful that Nolan told the kids to get in the van when he did. It was like the deer was possessed, like it knew what it was doing to itself. I was fearful that it could have had some new illness affecting the deer population or something. We made the kids stay in the car, but it was a bright sunny day, and the deer had done its death dance right in the middle of a sunny patch of grass. It looked like the grass had been watered with a sprinkler full of blood and deer pieces. Just dead center in between two bushes. Splatterville. We weren't about to fish in that lake either. Before we left, I called the parks department to describe what we'd just seen. And because of this, we haven't been camping since. I think Ryder's afraid of deer now. To be honest with you, I am too. The deer looked dead when it first bent its neck from around the tree. Part of me was trying not to shit myself that I was seeing some sort of real zombie deer, maybe rabies. Could that contaminate the lake depending on how long the deer's body was down there? I have no clue. Again, it also never resurfaced. I'm sure the wires got tangled up at the bottom. The next person to snorkel that part of the lake must have had quite a surprise, if so. Well, thanks. It almost feels a little less nasty knowing other people know. A few years ago, I was hiking in the woods in northern New Hampshire when I ran across what looked like an abandoned house. I love finding places just like this to explore, so obviously I was very curious about the house's contents. There was a pathway to the house made of stones that had been covered with weeds and various other vegetation. The house was surrounded by overgrown grass and tree limbs that had fallen, making it difficult to get to the porch. The front porch was small and made up of bricks that had a layer of moss grown all over it. It was obvious that no one had been there in many years. The front door was intact and locked from the inside. I didn't see any broken windows that I could fit through, and the windows on the front of the house were covered with a thick layer of dust or dirt. I couldn't see inside. I checked to see if the windows would open, but I suppose the wood had warped and swelled, so none of them would open. I gave up on getting inside the house and settled for walking around the backside of the house to explore the grounds around instead. When I made my way to the backside, I found a window that was a bit less dirty, and I was able to peek inside. I couldn't see much. What I did see was an area rug and what looked like a small table beside the window. I decided to try the back door on the off chance that it would be open and I could find out exactly what was going on with this mysterious house. Lo and behold, the back door was unlocked, but when I gave it a slight push, I could feel the frame was loose and weak. It didn't take much force to push it open. What I saw once inside completely took my breath away. I was standing in a kitchen, complete with dirty dishes in the sink, a drain board with old cups and glasses turned upside down from being washed but covered in a thick layer of dust now. There was a small kitchen table with drinking glasses on it and a newspaper that dated back to June of 1959. The cabinets were stocked with dishes, and there was a tall pantry that contained various jars of preserves of fruits and veggies that had obviously been canned by hand. Everything was covered in dust. I continued to walk through the house and found each room I entered to be completely furnished and covered in dust or dirt. There were spider webs throughout the entire home, as well as signs of rodent activity. There was a dresser, the drawers filled with clothes that had been chewed and nested in by what I assume were mice. In the closet hung more clothes. They'd begun to deteriorate and had holes from insects. Upon further inspection of a child's dress I found, it seemed that the clothes were also handmade. There were 2 bedrooms, one of which was obviously a room for children with 2 twin beds that were perfectly made up. The bedding was in poor condition, but it seemed to have been hand-stitched. Same thing in the other room, only it contained just 1 larger bed rather than 2. The cabinet in the bathroom had few toiletries, a straight-edge razor, as well as towels. They were neatly folded, but had now become a nest for small animals. At this point, I was pretty creeped out. I began feeling as if I was being watched. I decided it was time to leave this strange house that appeared to be stuck in time. As I walked through the short hallway that led me back into the living room, I decided to see what kind of pictures were hanging on the walls. I wiped some of the dust off of the pictures hanging near the doorway of what appeared to be the parents' bedroom. I discovered it was a photo of a wedding. The photo was very faded and appeared to have some type of mildew growing behind the glass. I decided to take a moment, check out a few more pictures in the frames. Most were of scenery or various still subjects. I found another photo hanging in the living room near the front door. This one was of the entire family. It was in even worse condition than the previous photos, but you could clearly make out a man. a woman holding what appeared to be a small infant and 2 children sitting on the floor at their feet. I found this very odd as I hadn't seen any signs of an infant anywhere in the home. I don't know what could have possibly become of this family that lived in the house. Did they leave for work and school and never made it home? Did they decide to take off and leave all their worldly possessions behind? Why? What happened to the infant in the family? To this day, I have so many questions that I know I'll never have the answers to. I stumbled upon a home that day, not a house. That was a family's home that they lived in, experienced life in, and mysteriously disappeared from. I've never been back and never intend to. Just thinking about the place creeps me out. It was as if the family had no clue that they'd never return to their home the day that they just walked out the door, and it was apparent that no one had come looking for them. So there you have it. I found a family's home hidden in the deep woods of northern New Hampshire. When I was approximately 10 years old and my younger brother was 8 years old, we lived in a house on a vast plot of land surrounded by forests filled with trees. It was basically the perfect setting for our favorite childhood game, hide and seek. We'd often play with our friends who lived in the surrounding homes. On one particular day, during the late afternoon, me and my friend were doing our best to stay hidden in the trees. Meanwhile, my brother was just as diligently attempting to locate us. Interestingly, I could hear his voice calling out my name from a short distance away, and there was an evident tinge of fear in his voice. Curiosity got the better of me. I needed to investigate the source of his fear. As I walked towards what I thought was him, I stumbled upon a small clearing nestled under the protective canopy of trees. I no longer heard my brother, but to my astonishment, there was an almost colossal figure, entirely white in complexion, standing in the middle of the clearing. My friend had been following behind and had just made it to where I was when he stopped in his tracks. The figure didn't seem to notice our presence. Instead, it stood statue-like, staring directly up at the sky so we couldn't see its face, arms stretched to its sides. It made no sounds, but it did appear to be a light source. It was either glowing in and of itself, or the sun was catching it in a way that it appeared to be so bright. Whatever it was, in the eyes of 2 young children, it loomed at an astonishing height of 10 feet and was like nothing we'd ever seen before. The 2 of us had never been so silent. The sight had kept us pretty occupied, captivated by whatever this thing was. However, we unintentionally made noise by readjusting ourselves, and we could hear others approaching. Worried the thing might disappear, we tried to consider getting closer to convince it to stay. But as soon as I had the thought, which I seemed to share with my friend, the statue-like figure changed positions, arms down at its side, facing forward. It started to slowly dissipate before it suddenly vanished into the trees with remarkable speed. It seemed to effortlessly almost fly through the trees, like light itself. There was no way we could catch up to this thing. I remember my friend saying it literally looked like a ghost. He was right. It wasn't bound to this earth by any of the same things we were. Naturally, we were quite shaken and excited by the occurrence, so we did what most kids would do, hurried indoors and told our parents. However, they were skeptical. They suggested that what we saw might have just been a large white dog or something like that. We were firm in our recounting of the figure. We were firm that it was not a dog. In detail, we described the towering figure the best we could, how it was emitting a white glow, how it simply vanished into thin air, Still, a white dog was the best they could come up with. Nevertheless, to this day, I'm certain that we did indeed witness something. We felt no fear when we laid eyes on it, but we never encountered it again. We contemplated the possibility that it could have been a spirit from one of the numerous vehicles or homes we discovered on our property. But truth be told, who knows for sure? I still don't really like to think about what happened. I'm not sure the exact time this happened, but it was around a year ago. My friends and I always enjoyed finding abandoned places to explore, whether it was a warehouse or a huge mansion, a racetrack once. There were 5 of us, and all of us had some sort of weapon just in case and a flashlight. We had just finished exploring some old abandoned house when my friend mentioned he knew of a warehouse that had been abandoned for years, about 20 minutes away. So of course we all hopped in the car and took off, listening to our favorite songs. The experience was incredibly fun until the moment it happened. We all arrive and get out, and as we look for a way in, I realize I've been here before. So is my friend Pearson, who's right behind me. Both of us are indifferent about it. It's still fun to go look, so I find a gate to jump over. The gate will be a key factor in the future. I inform my other friends that I've been here before, and it's a pretty cool area, just small. We walk in and see paint tearing off the walls, smashed glass everywhere. The floor has a layer of trash, and a rancid smell reeks the entire time. You get used to it, however, so we didn't really have any complaints. But then I realized something. There's a basement. All of a sudden, my friend looks at me startled and says, "The basement door was open last time you were here." He's right, but for me, I don't necessarily get scared easily, so big deal. Who cares? Others have probably visited recently. Who knows? But this is where the scenery gets in your head. Everything is in ruins. You can see other rooms through the holes in the walls. Then the smallest corner in the far back of the warehouse is a slimy stairway down to a basement with a door to the left. I recall the previous time I went in and remember one key detail. The basement door only locks from inside. I tell all of my friends this cautiously and look down the shaded corridor into the darkness. I'm still not scared, but somewhat nervous, yet I have to prove myself to my friends. I go down. Every footstep creaks. I finally reach the door. I put my hand on the doorknob, about to twist it, when I hear something. Someone or something was breathing right behind the door. I'm in disbelief. There's no possible way someone's locked themselves back there. I twist the handle. It's locked. I quickly shuffle up the stairs when the worst part happens. The door downstairs opened. I've never run for my life, but in that moment I did. I didn't know what happened. We were all rushing as fast as possible through the building, and we could hear noises behind us. We didn't know if we were knocking stuff over or if whatever was behind the door was chasing us. I run a lot, so I was the first one outside. I see my hope, the gate. All I have to do is plant my foot, hop, and climb over. Foot's planted. I jump. A hand grabs my hoodie and pulls me down to the floor. It's my friend. I won't reveal his name. He's grabbed my jacket and pulled me down to the floor. I understood in that moment he was panicking and was the most non-athletic, so I let him go ahead, helping him. Plus, he was driving, and I needed that car to be started and ready to go. I hopped the fence to get to everyone in the car. I'm the last one to enter the car as I hear the noise, something that sounds like someone smashing whatever is near them inside the warehouse. I don't know what happened there, nor did any of us care to find out. So this isn't my personal story. It's from my friend Jackson.
We've been friends for 17 years, and in all that time, there's only one incident scarred in his memory. Years ago, we were on a camping trip with his family. It was the summer of 2008. We were relaxing on the way to our campsite. We arrived in a small town and decided to set up camp in their woods. Jackson's mom made dinner, and afterwards, we watched other camping videos. We made marshmallows, and we just all around had a fun time. Then, at roughly 8:30, we went to bed. And this is where we need to shift to Jackson's perspective. At around 1 a.m., he woke up, not knowing why, but since he was up, he decided to take a walk. It was around 5 minutes later when he heard something. He hadn't noticed it before, but there was a faint noise, a thump, drag, thump. Jackson, being the cocky shit that he is, muttered, "Assholes, don't know how to keep it down." He assumed it was a drunk, just taking long, exaggerated steps, but it stayed at the same volume. And then he got curious and walked towards the noise, hiding behind a bush when he got close enough. What he saw scared him so badly, he forgot to scream, and that's what saved him. A man was attempting to stick multiple dismembered body parts to a tree. He had a bag full of axes. That's what Jackson was hearing. The thump was the sound of the axe being used to stick a body to a tree, and the drag was from the man moving to the next tree. Then, the man looked directly at my friend, and Jackson ran. He somehow managed to lose the man, but he realized he was also lost. Switching to my perspective, I woke up hours later and I saw that Jackson was gone. I woke his parents and we eventually found him, but his clothes were torn, his eyes were baggy, and he was clearly in shock. We took him to the hospital and he began having nightmares. Every night, he'd wake up screaming, "Don't kill me, please." When he finally calmed down, he told me the story, and I believed him. I knew that he wouldn't lie to me. Now it's 14 years later. We're still good friends. This incident was never forgotten, only ignored, but I wanted to get it off my chest.
One weekend night in Idaho, my boyfriend at the time and I went to a show in Boise. It was one of my first times driving to Boise, so on our way home late at night, we got lost. We had no idea where we were, so I decided to try and turn around and backtrack. We were at a 4-way stoplight and turned left into an area that looked like a good spot, but it brought us to this weird gated community with nowhere to turn around. So I kept driving, thinking I'll just come right out on the other side of this community. The whole thing was really strange and just got stranger and stranger as we drove straight through. The first thing we noticed right away, there were literally no lights on, anywhere. Not one house light or street light. It was pitch black aside from my headlights. The trees kept getting thicker until we couldn't even see the sky. It was dead silent and still. It wasn't even late yet, like 12 or 1 a.m. As we kept going, I noticed something up ahead. It was a large body on the left side, almost in the middle of this small road. As we got closer and closer to this body, I realized what it was. It's some type of animal, standing over another body on the ground. We start kind of freaking out because we have to drive right by this scene to get through. We couldn't turn around because the road was so small. So knowing that passing is our only option, I continue, even slower this time. We told ourselves, oh, it's just Mother Nature, circle of life. We're okay. I continue to drive towards it. And I start shaking because as we get near it, we could see that it was actually huge, with very tall legs. We are freaking out, but I'm trying to be brave as the driver. I have our lives in our hands, I think to myself. So I still continue towards this very, very large animal. As we get closer, I roll my window up. That's how close we are to this animal. I could almost reach out and pet it. I can still picture what happened next. That image will never leave my mind. The animal was even bigger than we thought, way bigger than a man and taller than a car. And I was staring. I couldn't look away, and my eyes wide as hell, because they can't even believe what they saw next. Right as I'm next to it, it lifts its head up from this other body, and I swear to you, with so much thick liquid dripping off of its face and mouth. Pretty sure it was blood, but it was so dark, it just looked like dark, thick liquid. And it smiles at me, with all of its bloody, sharp teeth, grinning, and his eyes were glowing bright white. And like I said, there were no lights anywhere. My headlights were not even the reason for his eyes to be reflecting like that. I don't even remember how we got home. I don't remember much after that. But I know it was one of the wildest things I've ever seen. And though we got home safely, I still have nightmares of that thing. This story takes place in Sussex County, Delaware. This morning I dropped my father off at work. At the time, I thought it was strange that we hadn't seen any deer in or around the road, because the area surrounding the mill that he works at was usually swarming with them. There's no hunting allowed there, and there's no large natural predators for them to fear, really. Skipping ahead, after leaving the mill I dropped my father off at, I rode the winding road out, and to my left there's a massive field with 2 grain silos bordering its edge. On the leftmost side of the silo, there was a creature, about 50 yards out in the field. It was the size of a large dog. It had no visible ears, no tail. I couldn't make out any eyes or facial features. It had a relatively short muzzle. Its rear legs were longer than its front legs, making it almost slant downwards. It was black and seemingly non-reflective, almost giving me the feeling as though I was staring into a creature-shaped void. It was trotting along the field, but the way it moved was all wrong. It stepped first with its rear legs, and then the front, and the rear legs sort of flexed, as if they were wet noodles, which made me think that it was an injured dog at first, but it moved very quickly. I only saw the creature for 20 seconds or so, but I'm still shaken up. It's all I can think of, and I feel very unsettled and disturbed. What could this be? So maybe somebody can make sense out of this. When I was 14, my friend and I were hanging out at my house. My parents had left to go see some friends, so we were left alone, which was pretty normal. We were older kids and we weren't really up to anything shitty for the most part. All we generally did was order pizza and play video games. I have a habit where I close the door to my room. It's a habit I got because as long as I can remember, I always felt a weird vibe in my old house, so it added a false sense of security by closing it. While we were playing, I started hearing some scratching on the door. I have a dog, so I didn't think anything of it. I went over to open the door, assuming my dog would just come in for a little bit, but he wasn't there. Again, I didn't think anything of it, because my dog was a little bit older. He liked hanging out inside, in his little igloo-shaped bed, and kept to himself for the most part. Sometimes he'd come out in a good mood and want to play, but he was usually asleep. On cooler nights, my parents would leave him in the backyard because he would dig around and explore and have fun. Because he wasn't there, I just closed the door and kept on playing video games with my friend. 20 minutes later, give or take, the scratching started again. So I went to the door, and again, he wasn't there. Maybe I'm just worrying about him too much. I'm thinking I hear him scratching. So I went over to check on him, and lo and behold, he was actually outside in the backyard, because it was a cooler night after all. With that said, I chalked it up to my imagination, and even though I was unnerved by this, I decided to keep it to myself. So an hour passes by, and we're playing video games again. As usual, we've been at it for a while, and I almost forgot about the whole thing by this point. But the scratching started again. I just proceeded to ignore it. It kept going for a little bit, and at some point my friend looked at me and said, "Dude, why don't you just let your dog in?" I explained what's been going on, and he was pretty freaked out by the whole thing, but also thought that I was just fucking around. With the door closed, the scratching kept going. And we just ignored it and played quietly, but very nervous. After some time, the scratching stops and the lights go out. We hear sounds like a vase breaking in the house. But I'm convinced that it's a window because we don't have a vase. I tried calling my father because the landline still worked, and he tells me that he'll be on his way soon with my mom. After I hang up with him, a few minutes later, the lights come back on. So my friend and I proceed to start looking around the house. Everything is intact and undisturbed. My dog is barking crazily, and I let him in. I'm walking to my room, which is close to the entrance of the front door, and I notice that the latch is unlocked. I am 100% certain I locked it, because I always double check. To this day, I still have no idea what the fuck happened. My friend and I lost touch, but I did see him many years later, and I asked him if he remembered that day. He just looked at me and laughed and said, "How could I forget?" We still can't make heads or tails of what happened, and I still get goosebumps thinking about that night. We left the house years later when my parents divorced. I'm reaching out because if anyone here knows anything about that, has an explanation that makes sense, or even experienced the same shit and has more answers than I do, I would appreciate it. This definitely isn't the freakiest thing that's happened to me, but I've been thinking about it ever since. About 2 weeks ago, I went for a normal run on the trails that I've been going to for a few years. The whole area is pretty wooded, but you can definitely see through the woods. The trees are thin and the grass isn't too tall. I decided to take a path I normally don't go, but I have been down a few times. I was heading down the path and I started to smell dead animal. I'm not sure if that's exactly what it was, but it wasn't pleasant. I then see a disheveled-looking woman kind of stagger out of the woods carrying a bag. I don't think much of it, considering we have a pretty big homeless population, and I thought maybe she was squatting in the area or something. I started to get closer to her, and when I got next to her, I waved and smiled. And holy shit, her eyes were white. No pupils. Almost had a blue tint, like frosted. She looked ancient and had on red face paint, think Viking face paint, and very short white hair, almost a buzz cut. She pointed at me and said something. I couldn't hear her, though, as I had my headphones on. Her body language was almost approving, like when someone tells you, "Hey, good job." She kind of nodded and threw her head back and smiled. While I was next to her, I realized the smell was coming from her bag. It took me a second to process what I saw, and when I turned around to look, of course, She was just gone. Like I said, the area is pretty wooded and very open. If she had took off running or something, I should have seen her in a split second, even if she sprinted. Not even a minute later, my ex texted me, saying that he was thinking about me and asked if I was okay. It could have very well been a coincidence, but the timing of it weirded me out. I didn't really get a bad feeling from it, but who knows? I just keep telling myself maybe it was just a crazy lady. Back in 2016, my friends and I, for the longest time, had been itching to go camping at our local campsite. It was in Los Padres National Park in Southern California. When we found the perfect weekend to go, one that didn't interfere with any of our work schedules, we set the date. 3 days before the trip, we found out that we were going to get hit by the El Niño rainstorm. Us, being the types of dudes that we are, didn't care if we got hit by this storm while camping. So we packed up our cars and made the 45-minute drive to the campsite. The campsite was a family-friendly one, with about 100 camping lots that circled around the clearing in the forest. We found the perfect spot underneath a huge thick of trees that would help block as much rain as possible. And it helped out that the restrooms were only 30 yards away. As soon as we got to our spot, we took advantage of the afternoon sky being cleared for the moment, and we rushed to set up our tents. The layout that we made was that we pitched our tents close to one another, where our tent doors were only 6 feet apart. The reason why we did this is because in order to combat the rain, I bought a 30-foot by 30-foot thick blue canopy tarp that I threw over and under our tents to cover us from the rain above, but also from the rain that would be running through the ground. It was a genius move on my part, but whenever you would walk around our tent, you would be making so much noise from crunching the plastic tarp. Hours passed and we were all around the campfire. It was late into the evening, and this was the first time that I noticed that there were barely any other campers. They were mainly camping in their RVs like the fake campers they were. In my honest opinion, they were the smart ones, unlike my friends and I that were sleeping in 2 small tents, with our only protection being the blue tarp. I was getting tired from the long day's work, and I decided I was going to go conk out. My friends followed my lead as well. The sleeping arrangements were that I had my friend Ray sleeping in my tent, and AJ and S were sleeping in theirs. Before I called it a night, I whispered to Ray and I told him, I'm going to prank call S and AJ, but I'm not going to say anything. Ray smiled as I dialed my friends up. I called them unrestricted, and S's phone started to ring. Both of them, being the way they are, got timid very easily, and they said to one another, Who's calling you this late at night? I don't know. They called me unrestricted. Are you going to answer? Of course not. Ray and I were holding in our laughter as they ignored our call. I decided to do it one more time. Once their phone started to ring, they started to freak out once again, and they said, Who is it this time? Same person, I think. I'm going to answer. As they did answer, S said in a very shaky tone, Hello? Ray and I had to hold in our laughter as we kept as quiet as possible, not wanting to make any noises that would give off that it was us. I held the phone close to my mouth as I began to breathe heavily in a murderous way. I ended the call, and just hearing them freak out the way they did was making my night even more fun. Me, being the idiot that I am, called them one more time, and this time, S picked up the phone immediately and said in a tough voice, Look, whoever this is better stop. I'm about to call the cops if you keep on calling. This is not a threat. Ray and I looked at one another as we, at the same time, began to fake moan so loud and immediately started to bawl out in laughter. AJ and S were so mad at us for pulling this prank on them. They were cursing us out. Me, finally calming down from laughing so loudly, told the boys, Good night, I'll have pancakes ready in the morning. Since I fell asleep relatively easily, I was out in a matter of minutes, while Ray, AJ, and S were up for a while longer. I was the first of my friends to wake up in the morning, and as I promised, I had the pancakes already cooking by the time everybody else woke up. The smell of me cooking woke up my friends one by one. They got out of their tents, and as we were eating, AJ spoke up and said, "Hey, Jay, the prank you pulled last night went a little too far. Yeah, you had us ready to run to our car and take off." Me, feeling a bit guilty, apologized and said, "Sorry, guys, my bad. Yeah, it's one thing to prank call us like that, but then to walk around our tent and then to go inside of it in the middle of the night, that's just totally off limits," S said. Me, not knowing what they were talking about, said, "What do you guys mean?" "Come on, still with the jokes. You were the one that was walking around our tent and you walked in." Ray spoke up and said, "That wasn't Jay who was walking around. I thought that was you two getting your revenge on us for scaring you." "That wasn't us doing that. It was you two." So, to explain, after I fell asleep, about an hour had passed where Ray, S, and AJ were still up, and all was quiet in the forest until the sounds of footsteps were heard, stepping on our blue tarp that was on the ground. At first, my friends thought that it could have been just a forest animal wandering, but the heavy footsteps were a dead giveaway that it was a person, as they described. The person was walking around their tents, all of them, making constant figure eights. The person would place their fingers on the tent's fabric walls to run them up and down. The footsteps finally stopped after a couple of minutes, right in between our tent doors. The three of them were already having their hearts pounding out of their chest. It was silent for a long minute until the sound of the tent zipper being slid open was heard. As AJ says, the tent's door was only opened halfway, but it was too dark to see anything clearly. But in the darkness, both S and AJ saw the silhouette of a man's face pop his head into the tent to look at both of them. AJ and S faked being asleep the entire time, but they kept their eyes locked on the man. The man then opened the tent fully and walked inside the tent, just standing at the entrance. The man didn't say a word or do anything, just watched the both of them, laying in their sleeping bags. After their longest minute ever, the man just took his steps out of the tent, and his footsteps were heard walking away, disappearing into the night. The entire time that this was happening, S and AJ thought that it was either me or Ray doing this, and Ray thought that it was AJ or S doing this. Back to us arguing back and forth at the breakfast table. We were interrupted by a man walking through our campsite, and he said, "Good morning, boys. How did the four of you sleep last night?" This man spoke with a smoker's voice, as if he'd been doing that for all of his 45 years of being alive. He wore a dirty, sweat-stained white t-shirt that looked more gray at this point, and his blue jeans looked as if they'd never been taken off of his body. He smelt like liquor, not a good sign at 8 in the morning, and his words were just mumbling around. We didn't say a word to this guy as he then asked us if we had any cigarettes to spare him. I said that we didn't smoke, and he said, "Oh well, you boys want to visit me in my RV? Just stop by anytime." The man continued to walk away, towards the restrooms, and as he was done using it, he walked back to our campsite. He didn't say anything this time, but he looked at us and gave us a nearly toothless smile, and he walked back to his RV. I took note of his RV, as it was the only RV that stuck out as being dirty and more run down than the others. We quickly summed up the man as the person who was walking around our tents last night, and S and AJ now remembered that they smelt liquor from the person who was standing in their tent. We all agreed that we would keep an extra eye out on this guy, and if he did spend another night, we would most likely report him to the park rangers if he tried anything else. Well, it was around lunchtime now, and the man came back. Not to use the restroom, but just to talk to us. So any of you boys interested in buying an RV? Y'all can go check it out right now, see if you want to buy it. I don't need it anymore since my wife left me. Just check out the inside of the RV. No, we are good, sir, I said with a visible, threatening tone. The man seemed to notice this, and he walked away. The man did end up leaving a few hours before sunset, but the entire time that he was there, he kept glancing at us. The man had his RV about 50 yards away from us, and I noticed that he had a restroom right next to his RV. Why did he make an effort of walking all the way over to our campsite to use our restroom? Also, why did he even use ours if RVs come with restrooms installed in them? Whatever the man wanted, we were just glad that we were about to enjoy the rest of our weekend. So a few years ago, the night sky was clear, and my mom and I had gotten off of work at about the same time that I usually do, 2 or 3 a.m. The moon looked beautiful. We decided to go watch the sunrise over the lake. We lived about 15 minutes from Lake Michigan, and it's pretty regular for us to talk for hours. We took a back road through a wooded area to get to our usual location. Some info you need to know about the location in order to imagine this. The road we took was a very small road that had thick woods and swamp on both sides. The road is so small that if cars were going both ways, sometimes you have to pull off slightly to the side to let the other car pass. Lots of greenery surrounds this road, and there are slight dips on either side. No street lights or anything, so the only illumination is the car's headlights. Okay, so we're driving and chatting, and I'm a passenger. Mom's driving. As she's talking to me, I'm looking at her, and she's looking at the road. She stops mid-sentence, and I could tell that something was happening in front of us, so I glanced over. I said, "What's a kid doing out here this late?" I saw what I can only describe as a creature that looked like it was made to blend in with its surroundings. It was standing on the left side of the road. It seemed to be made of twigs and leaves and branches, almost, but not quite, resembling a tumbleweed. It stood at most 3 feet tall. It seemed to be covered in patches of some sort of orange, copper, red fur, but not quite fur. As soon as the words left my mouth, I realized that's not a kid. My mom shouted my thoughts and slammed on the brakes. If you've ever seen TV shows depicting the way vampires move, like super fast, almost glitching across, that's how this thing moved to get in front of us. It was on the left, and then right in front of us, in a split second. If I had to guess, we were maybe 7 feet away from it. It lifted its head, I guess. Its whole body was kind of one big mass, and it looked at us with its eye. Yes, it's correct. One eye. One completely black eye. We sat there in stunned silence for a moment. Just as I was asking, "What is that?" it got down and slithered like a fucking snake, past the car and into the brush on my side. My mom took off at full speed. I had researched a lot about how one person's thoughts and recollection of a situation can influence another person's until the story is no longer the same. There was even a study done about people who had never been on a hot air balloon, being shown a picture of one, being told that they were on it when the photo was taken, and asked to remember the day. Most people said that they remembered it and make up a story about it. It's really interesting stuff, absolutely worth looking into. So, both of us knew this prior to the event. I asked her what she saw, and she asked me what I saw. Both were the same. At first, we tried to rationalize it as tumbleweed, but no, it surely looked at us. Maybe a deformed animal, but no animal around here looks like tumbleweed. Maybe a really skinny deformed fox. Couldn't be, as it glitches across the road. It's the only way I know how to describe it. We then moved on to more paranormal creatures in our search engines. This proved fruitless as nothing that we could find matched the description of what we saw. When telling this story to friends, I often find myself referring to it as a realistic and nightmarish version of the Lorax. To this day, when recalling this incident, it feels like we saw something we weren't supposed to. Like we saw past what we all know is fact and real and tangible, and saw part of what this world really is. This feeling doesn't make sense, and neither does this story. If anyone has any suggestions about what this could be, I'm open to answer any and all questions. I just want to know what we experienced, even if it's just an animal that we never knew of. Can ghosts get jealous? When your attention is off of them, even for a little while, can they remind you that they do indeed exist? The day started in the usual way. My husband went to work, I took the kids to school, and then I returned home alone to clean up the kitchen before I spent the day in my home office with eyes glued to my computer screen. Being from New England, we have 2 kitchen back doors, a heavy wooden inner door, and an outside aluminum storm door. When the weather is nice, we often have the inner door open so that the light comes in. The storm door, however, is closed and often hook-locked. Now and then, when I'm home alone, I lock the storm door with the hook lock at the very top of the door because we have an in-ground pool and we wanted to keep the kids from easily unlocking the door and going out back without supervision. At that time, the hook was new and so tight I often needed a towel to help me pry the lock out of the eye to unlock the door. This morning, like most, before my day job took all of my attention, I headed out to the back door to spend some time with the pups. We were all looking forward to about 10 minutes of fun. As both puppies ran through the door and I ran after them, the inner door was wide open. I remember hearing the storm door bang shut behind me. I walked around the pool and fenced-in yard with the boys. I threw the ball a bit on our grassy section and played tag with the 2 wonderful canines. And then we all headed toward the back porch. Our morning ritual was done. But when I got to the back door, the storm door wouldn't open. I could see into the sunny, quiet, empty kitchen. The latch, the handle, was open. The door even bent a bit. But I could see that it was stuck at the top where the hook and the eye lock was located. That was odd. The dogs, expecting that they were going in, were barking, their heads pressed against me and the storm door, as they anticipated at any time that I would let them back into the kitchen to grab a drink of water. But I couldn't do it. I tried shutting the door and retrying the handle. I even hit it from the outside, where the lock would have been located on the inside. But no luck. I finally gave up trying to pry the door open, so I left the dogs in the backyard, grabbed the hidden spare key, and opened the cellar door. I then climbed the rickety wooden stairs and thanked God that the cellar door leading to the kitchen, though shut, was not locked. I then walked into the kitchen. The inner door was how I had left it, wide open, and the sun streaming in. I was really expecting to see the hook jabbed in between the door and the door jamb. No, the hook was in the eye. By this time, the dogs were really making a ruckus for me to open the door. They could see me as they stood on the porch. So I reached up to unlock the door. The hook was not slightly in the hole. It was not a little bit in the hole. It was locked tight, and it was in so hard I needed to pry it open, using more than a little bit of effort. After I opened the door and let the dogs in the house, I called out for my husband. He must have returned home for some reason and locked me out of the house. Nothing. I looked to see if his car was in the driveway. Not there. The 2 dogs and I were completely alone. How do you think the door happened to get locked and keep me out of the house? What do you think happened? Could it be that my resident ghost was not fond of me playing with my new dog friends? Could he have become jealous of the cries of laughter coming from the backyard? Let me know what you think. If you're into true crime shows or channels, you've probably heard this story before, or at least the main details. I've seen it covered in several myself. Here's some context. This happened 11 years ago. I had just turned 18 and moved to Orange County, California. I moved into an apartment complex near the community college I was attending, so a bunch of younger people around my age lived there. I didn't know a single person in California, so I would take any opportunity to socialize and meet new people. A big gathering place at the complex was at the main pool, where people would drink and relax in the sun. Over the first few months, I would meet a bunch of people while hanging out at the pool. I never got super close to any of them, but I would see these same people several days a week. We would often go back to each other's apartments after the pool to drink or smoke some more. It was a really mellow and fun environment. 3 people I would see all of the time were SARA, Mike, and John. One day after hanging out at the pool, SARA, my girlfriend, and I went back to my apartment. The 3 of us smoked and SARA went back home. Regular day. The next day, we were at the pool, and there was a few of the usual people missing, but still a solid 10 people, so we didn't really notice. We go home later that night, and my girlfriend gets a call from one of our friends. My girlfriend playfully answers her phone, and the expression on her face starts to change. She's just listening, and her eyes get super wide. She says, "What the fuck? Are you fucking serious?" and hangs up the phone. I'm super confused, so I ask her, What happened? She says, "Dude, the police just found SARA dead in Mike's apartment, and Mike is nowhere to be found." What the fuck? It was insane. I asked her if he said anything else, but she told me he was really hard to understand. We went to bed, and we met up with the usual crowd at the pool the next day, which included John and his fiancée. We're all talking about how unbelievable this is. SARA was the epitome of sweet, and Mike was easily one of the kindest people I'd ever met. He was one of the first people I met when I moved. He gave my underage ass some beer and told me stories. These were both good people. It didn't make any sense. We all kind of started speculating and just tried to make sense of it. Nobody could get a hold of Mike. We all start to worry if he's safe. Somebody suggests that Mike probably killed SARA, panicked, and ran. That was a hard pill to swallow for most of us, but it was the only thing that kind of made sense. John shook his head and said, "Man, just awful." We all dispersed and went home. It would be the last time I would see most of those people. Fast forward a month or two. I was hanging out in my apartment one evening when my girlfriend calls me frantically. Please come to my friend's apartment. You are not going to believe this shit. This is the most fucked up shit I've ever experienced, she said. I rushed over to the apartment where my girlfriend was. She was with 2 friends that we knew from the pool. One of them was crying hysterically, while the other sat with him. My girlfriend motioned for me to go outside, and the other friend stayed back to keep consoling the other. Once we were out of earshot, she told me why her friend was crying so intensely. Her friend had just gotten back from being with the police. He was asked to identify pieces of a dismembered body that were found in the sewer. He was crying because he positively identified the body parts as Mike's. How did the police know they were there? They knew because John told them that he did it. Turns out John was, and still is, a broke piece of shit. This bastard was engaged and didn't have enough money for his own wedding. Being a goddamn smart person, Mike had a bunch of money saved up. John found out about it and decided to kill Mike and steal his money. John was an acting student and asked Mike to help him move some heavy things at the theater. When Mike's back was turned, John shot him. He then took Mike to another location where he dismembered his body and dumped the remains in the sewer. John took Mike's keys and phone, and then he went back to Mike's apartment. From there, he texted Sarah on Mike's phone, asking for her to come over because he wanted to talk. Being the sweet and caring person she was, Sarah went over to Mike's apartment to help him feel better. When she got there, John snuck up behind her and shot her. He left the apartment and framed Mike for Sarah's murder. John was caught because he's a stupid fucking idiot. He paid some kid to withdraw money from Mike's ATM account. Cops found the kid, and he told them about John. They quickly tracked John down at his fucking bachelor party, and he was taken in for questioning, where he would admit that he murdered Sarah and Mike. He would later be sentenced to death. After sentencing, Mike's dad spoke to John across the courtroom and said, "My only regret is that the state of California doesn't allow me to kill you myself." Turns out, John's fiancée tried to help him hide evidence, and she was sentenced to time as well. All in all, pretty dark story. Aside from the violence, what messes me up is that the guy had literally just murdered 2 of our friends, and he was at the pool, commiserating with us. Like, genuinely acting upset, sad, and confused. He's a horrible human, and I hope he suffers for the rest of his life. My deepest and continued condolences go out to the family of the 2 innocent people that were killed. This happened a long time ago, back when I was a kid. Whenever my mom and dad would be busy going to work, they would leave me and my younger cousin to my grandma. All things were fine and all, but one day I decided to go to the river at the back of my grandma's house. So I got up and took my younger cousin with me. It was normal at first. We'd actually go almost every time we were there, even when the elders would say, "Don't go there. There are bad spirits, and people have died there." I brushed it off as one of the old wives' tales, until one day when we went to the river. It was cloudy, and the water was murky, but we stayed nonetheless. Until one of the elders grabbed us and said, "You shouldn't be here when the water is this strong." So she took our hands and started to go back. But before we did, I looked back and I saw it. That thing. It's so clear in my head that I can never forget what I saw. A woman in all white, but her clothes were dirty and torn. She had scratches, and the openings in the skin were just oozing dark liquid. It still shocks me to this day. But fast forward a few years, one night while my uncle was staying with my grandma, they claimed that night something supernatural happened. The smell of dead fish covered the whole room, while parts of the ceiling started to drip blood. All the while, their hair stood as straight as trees. They were freaked out by all of this. So a few days later, my parents went to see them. I saw my cousin, and I proposed that we investigate the place at night, around 7 p.m. to be exact. Thinking back to my old experience, I told my 12-year-old self I could handle whatever happens. So when 7 p.m. struck, we armed ourselves with a flashlight for both of us. My cousin, being the coward that he is, I gave him a simple task to go to the back side of the kitchen and look around, while I went to the far back of the house to try to find something unusual. As I arrived at the back of the house, I asked in a slightly high-pitched voice, "Is anyone there?" Nothing. As I was about to turn back, it breathes. The sound of something so big was right behind me, and it breathed so heavily. I ran. I didn't dare look back, and I yelled for my younger cousin to get back into the house. As we went back in, I explained the story to them, but for some reason, I don't think they believed me. Now, you might not believe me, but I swear, what I heard that day wasn't a figment of my imagination. Just last year, I stayed at my grandma's house with my 2 older sisters and my mom, since her and my dad got divorced. Although I still stayed with my dad since he helped me get through depression. Either way, I was there, and I asked my mom and grandma if anyone died in the river, and they said yes. According to them, there were about 3 women who died in the river. All of them died from the strong currents of the water. As I've asked the townsfolk, I've learned that some of them have had the same experience as me. Woman in the river, all white clothing and bruised. While my father has said that before he arrived in that place, there was actually a cult near the river. And now there's just a lot of odd stuff that's happened. But he wasn't going to go into any details. All I want to know is, what is she and why is she there? When I was 8 years old, my parents moved the 3 of us into a house for the first time in my life. Up until then, we'd lived in a trailer park for senior citizens because that's all we could afford. And the management there hated that I was living there. Shortly after moving, my parents divorced, my mom moved out, and my dad met and moved in with my stepmom and her 3 daughters. In total, my dad and I were in that house for 6 years, and things really didn't start happening, at least not that we noticed, until about the 2nd year. From then on, it snowballed out of control with paranormal events. Of everything that happened there, this is one of the strangest, and thankfully I didn't experience it. My dad did, a couple of times, as well as 2 other people, all of which didn't know the others were experiencing it until they later spoke about it together. The many other stories can be for another time, but this one is just about my room. The only things I experienced in that room were, at one point, terrible dreams that would wake me up in a cold sweat, panting, trying to catch my breath. I had never had dreams like that before or since. The room when that happened, would be so electrically charged, I couldn't stay in it. It was the thickest air I've ever experienced anywhere, for any reason, ever. The worse it got, I refused to go in there for 3 months. I slept on the living room couch, and if I needed anything from my room, I ran in, felt the thick air, got what I needed, and ran out. Going through the door from the hallway to my room was like walking into a wall. The air was that thick. But then, that thing that those 3 experienced happened. And that was at the very end of our stay there, when things were absolutely terrible. My dad and stepmom were on the verge of a divorce. She was running around on him with everyone in town, drinking and doing all the drugs that she could get her hands on. So, she was gone most of the time. At this point, I was living with my mom because things at the house were just too bad. I was 14 then. My 2 oldest stepsisters had moved out, to where I don't know, and my youngest stepsister was the only other one living in the house at the time, though she was also gone at somebody else's place, usually. So my dad and stepmom were the only 2 regular inhabitants. And like I said, even she was gone most of the time, partying with everyone. My dad maintained his job through all of this, and I still salute him for it. He was a garbage man and got up at 3 a.m. to be at work by 4 to start his shift, and he was usually home by 9 or 10 as he would fly through his routes. When he'd come home in the mornings, he would catch whatever guy my stepmom had brought back to the house to sleep with, jumping out of different windows, usually my bedroom windows. So, my dad nailed every window in the house shut. My dad had also taken to sleeping on the couch because he didn't want to sleep in his bed where his wife was cheating on him. He told me of these terrible dreams he had while sleeping on the couch, where he would be surrounded by starving children, all reaching up to him, and then he'd be laying on the couch with all of them around him, reaching out to him with worms crawling out of their mouths and noses. But then, one night, a slam woke him up. He jumped up expecting his wife to be there with some guy, but he was alone. He said my bedroom door, which had always been open, was suddenly shut, and it was shaking as if someone were trying to get out. He thought it was her messing with him. He grabbed a baseball bat that he kept next to the couch, and he walked down the hall. He said he could hear both of my windows opening and slamming shut, as well as both of my closet doors opening and slamming shut, while my bedroom door was still shaking. He called out her name and asked if it was her. All of the noise stopped. He carefully opened the door and looked in. Nobody was in there. He walked in to inspect and saw that both windows were still nailed shut and the closet doors closed. As soon as he exited the room, the door slammed shut behind him, and the noises continued. He went to the living room, turned on the TV, and turned the volume all the way up to drown out the noise, and sat there, watching TV, until he had to go to work at 4 a.m. The noise continued until he left for work. It happened to him several times. A while later, he ran into his wife at the bar. They had already decided to not try to make the marriage work and were actually getting along better. She brought it up first and told my dad that she had experienced exactly what he had. A few nights later, my dad let a friend of his, an older man who had no place to stay, crash at the house. The next day, he asked my dad why someone was in my bedroom, slamming the doors all night.
This story is about my father and my uncle, who had this experience when they were kids. My father and his elder brother, my uncle, were like best friends from childhood. My father used to live in a joined family
in a very small village in Maharashtra state, India. The village is located a bit into the jungle, with a population of hardly 500 to 800 people at this time. Farming was the main occupation, with little to no electricity. Also, a lack of wall clocks, so they used to determine their time according to the daylight. It was around 1966 or so. Now, I know it sounds like medieval times, but it was the situation for tribal people in India. So, my father, then 8 or 10, and my uncle, then 15 or 16 years old, used to get up early in the morning, around 4 a.m., and they would go into the jungle to cut the woods for daily needs like cooking, building, etc. But before that, my aunt, their elder sister, used to make some breakfast for them like bakri, kind of an Indian bread, and sabji, curry for relevance. She would pack either of them a tiffin so that they could eat later, or used to deliver the food herself in early dawn with my grandfather, who used to start the farm's work. The jungle was near the farms, and my father and uncle used to go to the familiar area of the jungle, the one that my aunt knew very well. She could track them down easily, have their breakfast together, and then come back together with the wood logs. One day, my uncle and father got up early in the morning as usual. It was still dark, and it was winter. Sunrise was a bit later during this season, and their sister was still sleeping, so they decided not to disturb her. They picked up their axes and went for the jungle. That day in the jungle, they decided to go a bit further than usual, but in reality, they went way too far. They were not even able to see the lantern lights of the village. They started cutting a tree and gathering little sticks from around. They got very busy and were concentrating for the time being. After about an hour and a half or so, my uncle got suspicious over why the sun was not rising yet. By this time, there were supposed to be birds singing, and they heard no rooster making that typical morning noise, no cattle mooing, and no dogs barking, which came along with the shepherds. All that they heard was an eerie, deep silence. It was so silent, in fact, that my uncle got worried that they were earlier than their usual time, so he started to hurry up in his work. Now, before going any further, let me be very clear about my uncle. He's a very tough guy. Nothing scares this dude easily, and he's respected by the whole village. Same goes for my father. But this time was different. He didn't know why, but he was feeling like there was something wrong and that something was watching them from the deep jungle. And he knew better than to think that it was some tiger, cheetah, jaguar, or wild boar. He felt something was wrong that day. And then, all of a sudden, my father and uncle hear the voice of their sister from a long distance away. They couldn't see her. It was just a voice. My uncle got very suspicious, as the voice was coming from deep within the jungle and not from the direction of the village. My uncle told my father to tell her to come to them. So, my father responded to her voice, telling her to come to them. The voice stopped for a moment, and then she replied, "No, you come to me. Hurry. I've brought you your favorite food." In that moment, my uncle realized what it was. He'd heard a lot of stories from the villagers of a voice which takes people away, sometimes never to be found again, or, if found, they would be in a horrible mental state. The locals used to call such paranormal entities chakva, meaning the paranormal being who will hypnotically fool you into taking your own life. As soon as my uncle snapped out of his thought, he realized that my father, being a naive kid, had started walking toward the voice and started responding to the entity. It was saying my father's name and yelling, "Come in this direction. I'm here, waiting with the breakfast." With full speed, my uncle ran towards my father and grabbed him by his shirt collar, saying, "Don't listen to her. Come on, we must go home." My father responded, "But it's our elder sister. She's calling us. I'm hungry." By that time, my uncle had already grabbed my father's hand and told him, "She's bluffing us. She has no food. Now come on." Now, my father was about to start arguing with my uncle, but he looked into my uncle's eyes. He certainly looked scared, and his hand was shaking. Father, too, sensed that something was wrong and started walking fast toward the village without another word. "Why are you going toward that side? Come here. Follow my voice," the entity said. My uncle, still holding my father's hand, "Ignore her. She's not coming to us anyways." Needless to say, he was trying to divert my father's attention from the entity and play it cool so that he wouldn't panic. As they were walking toward the village, it felt like an eternity. Now, being Hindu by religion, my uncle started mumbling mantras of Lord Rama, Hindu god. The voice slowly started to fade away as they were getting closer to the village. My uncle took a long sigh of relief when the dog started barking. All of a sudden, from the direction of the village, they noticed that some of the village lamps were close by. The whole village of dogs gathered together and started barking, making loud crying noises, like wolves. My uncle thought the entity might still be following them. He and my father started running toward the village. When they finally reached it, the voice was long gone, and there was this sense of lightheartedness. My uncle stopped near our ancestral temple, joined his hands, bowed his head, and said, "Thank you." My father was still confused about the situation. Once they reached home, my uncle and father saw that my aunt was still in her bed. My father, being a naive child, cursed her for beating them in the race. My aunt told them that she didn't get up that morning, let alone make the food. It turns out my father and my uncle had left the house way too early, as in 2 a.m. or even earlier. And it was a no-moon night, so it was dark already. My grandfather and uncle knew better than to think that it was my aunt out there. And to this day, they're thankful to God. Back in 2000, when I was 20, a female friend of mine decided that she wanted to get an apartment and asked if I'd be her roommate. I didn't need a place to stay, but decided to do it anyway. We moved to a nice apartment complex right next to and behind the house where my aunt saw her dead ex-boyfriend. This place was nice and newer, so the thought of it being haunted never crossed my mind. I didn't even experience anything until my roommate got homesick a month in and had to move back in with her folks, leaving me there alone for 3 months. It started with the lights coming on by themselves. I would go to bed, always turning the lights off and always closing my bedroom door. I was meticulous about the lights because that's how I was raised. I'd go to bed and at some point open my eyes and see the light coming in from under the door. I thought my roommate came home, so I'd get out of bed excited to see her, only to discover I was alone, and the dining room or bathroom light would be on. Then, the knocking started. Right after I'd lay down, there would be 3 loud knocks on my bedroom door. Again, thinking my roommate came home, I'd get up to greet her, only to see I was still alone. A week or so before Christmas, my roommate and I went out gift shopping and went back to the apartment to wrap everything. When we were done, we were both standing at the door, checking to see if we'd had everything before leaving. The apartment was completely quiet, and we heard this clearly. My acoustic guitar, which I had leaning up against the wall in my bedroom, with a pick stuck between 3 strings, was plucked. Each string, in succession. Then, slid along the wall until hitting the floor. We just looked at each other. Then we walked to my bedroom to find the guitar on the floor, with the pick still stuck between the strings. Those strings had been plucked, meaning the pick had been used and then replaced when done. At Christmas, during a party with my roommate and some other friends at the apartment, the VCR turned itself off. It did that 1 or 2 times while living there, but it never did that before or after living there. For Christmas, my girlfriend got me a guitar tablature book for Pink Floyd's The Wall. One night, I sat on the floor of my bedroom, learning how to play a song in it. When I was done, I put the pick in the strings, and I set my guitar up on the wall. But instead of closing the book as I normally did, I left it open and went to bed. Just after laying down, I heard the pages in the book flipping on their own. It was a thick book, but the song I had been learning was somewhere in the middle. I figured the weight of the pages made it change pages on its own, but when they stopped flipping, I got curious and I got up to look. The pages stopped flipping on the song, Hey You, and when I read the title, I got chills and shut the book, pleaded with the ghost to let me sleep, and went back to bed. While laying there, I realized if the pages had flipped on their own from the weight, they would have gone the other way, away from that song. After that, I started calling the ghost Pink. Anytime something would happen, I would say, "Oh, hey, Pink." But one night, I'd been out with a friend until around 2 a.m. When I opened my door and stepped in, I could feel the ghost standing there. I said, "Oh, hi, Pink." And I could feel the energy go through me and out the apartment. So that's when I figured it didn't like being called that, which didn't stop me from saying it. Shortly after, my roommate came back and stayed the rest of the lease, and not much happened then. I figured if an entire house could be haunted, then surely an entire apartment building could be. I wanted to ask my neighbors if they had ever experienced anything, but I never did, and actually never really talked to them at all. Also, I've known since I was around 10 or so that I could feel ghosts, but usually only when standing right where they were. If I stand with them long enough, I usually can get an image in my head of what they look like, as well as their mood. In a few instances, I've had them communicate with me like that, their words coming to me as thoughts or images, usually the latter. I usually don't tell people this because they usually don't believe me, and I'd rather not go through the ridicule and name-calling. However, with Pink, I never figured out who or what it was. I always felt that it was a man, but I didn't know. I still wonder about it from time to time. To clarify, this is my mom's story from one of her part-time jobs in the early 90s, so it happened a long time ago. In 1990-91, my mom started working at a group home as a youth worker, doing counseling and support work. For context, this home was in a residential area, not too far from the local hospital, police station, downtown core. This home had 3 floors and had about 8 different girls who lived on the 2nd floor and an attic above. The main floor was where the office and the kitchen area were. At the time, the agency didn't have strict regulations, so my mom would be working night shifts by herself and having to manage all of these kids alone. One night, my mom began her shift and was made aware of some really creepy information. Both the home supervisor and the kids who lived in the home reported weird smells at night, sounds coming from the attic, and food was going missing on day and night shifts. Keeping in mind at the time that nobody was allowed up there or stayed there, my mom would have to do half-hour checks to ensure that all the doors were locked. However, during her shifts, she didn't notice any problems. Thankfully for her, none of the weird events took place on her specific shifts. As events kept being reported, they then called in maintenance workers. When the maintenance workers went around to check the property, they noticed that one of the windows on the 3rd floor, in a room which was locked, had been broken. The room wasn't accessible from the inside of the house, so nobody knew about it. Unfortunately, that room had access to the attic. The maintenance workers then went up to check the attic and found various things: food wrappers, clothing, and even things from the residents' bedrooms. The room was locked off from the inside of the house, but was able to be opened from the other side, from inside the room. Meaning that at some point, throughout night or day shifts, the stowaway was walking inside the home and no one knew. They would have had to have come down when the residents were either being taken to school, asleep, or at appointments. But the stowaway would have been able to view the schedule board in the office. So they would have known when staff were coming and going, and any days when residents would have been gone. During the time that the stowaway had occupied the attic, there were reports from other staff members about feeling as though they were being watched. Eventually, the maintenance workers fixed the windows. The fridge was locked, and security cameras were installed. There weren't any issues after that. However, my mom does have other creepy stories after working 20+ years in the field. And she just might share some more. As an adult, in my mid-20s, I was my bestie's babysitter. I babysat her little boy, who at the time was around 1. Not all the time, just for date nights. As social workers, we were overly cautious about who watched our children. As you can imagine, we've heard the worst. So I'm watching H at bedtime. After playing downstairs for a bit, we go upstairs so I can bathe him before bed. We bathe, and then I'm drying him off on the floor, playing peekaboo. I then hear something downstairs, some movement, and their dog starts barking. It's a little yappy dog, and he barks all the time, but this time he wouldn't stop. So then I think, maybe they just came home early, but the dog keeps barking incessantly, not pausing, just going crazy. I'm still drying off H, and so I pick him up, and I hear clear as day downstairs a male yelling. The dog instantly stops barking. I then wait because I'm thinking it's my bestie's husband. No one comes upstairs. I then get this feeling that creeps up my spine, and I just realize that it is not my bestie and her husband. They are not home. I start to panic because I'm thinking a stranger has broken into the house. I start looking somewhere to hide H in the bathroom because my cell phone is downstairs and I want him to be safe. I'm so terrified that I'm shaking. I then decide, fuck it, I'm bringing H with me because I think he'll be hurt if I leave him by himself. I pick up H, still wrapped in a towel, and take a deep breath. I'd built up the courage to run downstairs to find my phone. So I open the door, and I run with that baby like I've never ran before. I grab my phone on the counter, and then run back upstairs. I text my bestie, who says she'll be home in 20. I search the house. I don't find anything. She comes home. I tell her and her husband what happened. They both look at each other and kind of nod. I'm like, what the fuck? First, they tell me that they call H Monkey at bedtime. They both then proceed to tell me how they think the house is haunted, about stuff that happens all the time, like a cigar smoke smell stuff being moved and disappearing, etc. It had never talked before, though. I was shook. We're still friends to this day, but you bet your ass I did not babysit again. I was followed by 2 large military men when I was 12 years old. This happened 10 years ago. I was at the mall with my mother. I'd normally follow my mother around and never really went off on my own before. On this day, my mother really wanted to see a movie. I cannot remember what movie she wanted to watch, but I remembered it was a movie I had no interest in seeing. So we came to an agreement that she would go watch the movie while I'd walk around the mall, and we'd meet up afterwards. As kids are, I was very excited because I felt so grown up and cool, now that I didn't have to walk around with my mother the whole time. I was wearing shorts and a t-shirt at the time. I didn't have a handbag, so my cell phone was in my front pocket. I basically exhausted most stores that I could go into at that point, so I remember going into one of these sports stores, even though I had no real interest in sports. While I was browsing, 2 very large military men approached me, and I assumed their age to be around 30. One of the men asked me for my phone number. I was baffled and caught off guard. I didn't think before I spoke, so I said that I don't have a phone. The second man pointed to my pants and said that I do, in fact, have one. It started to sink in what was happening, that they were asking for a minor's phone number. I don't exactly remember what I said next, but I believe it was along the lines of sorry or no thank you. The men then walked away from me, but they were still in the store. I tried to walk away as nonchalantly as possible. I was very insecure back then, so I didn't want to embarrass myself or draw attention to myself by running. I then realized the 2 men were behind me, and they were watching me. I went into a few stores to try to lose them, and to make sure that I was being followed, and they kept following me. I saw a busy restaurant, so I decided to ask for a table. I sat down at the table, and it seemed like the men lost interest, since I didn't see them again. I should have called my mom to tell her what happened, but I felt like it was my fault. I was scared she wouldn't allow me to be on my own anymore, and not allow me to wear shorts anymore. I realized how foolish that was. I sat at the table until my mother called to say she was done. I'm happy that no one at the restaurant asked me to leave for not ordering anything or waiting too long. I met up with my mother again, and I just pretended like nothing happened. I don't have any recollection of this. It involves me, but I was too young to remember. Before my family moved, we lived in a small town called Waterford, outside of Albany, New York. It was along the Mohawk River, and very close to where Mohawk and Hudson connect in the Erie Canal system. We lived in a small house at the time, around 15 years ago. My parents both had instances in the house where they would hear me as a 3-year-old having conversations by myself in my room. They'd be freaked out by this, obviously. And when they'd ask me who it was, I would always give them the same response. The runaround man. This also coincided with an experience that they had where the lights in the kitchen would shut on and off at will. When they had someone look at it, they would say that it was perfectly fine, but it never stopped. It even happened when someone was there looking at it, and they immediately left. Years later, my parents found out from some people who had lived in the town for many years that the house used to be occupied by a handyman in the 1920s and 30s. He was referred to around town as the runaround man. He lived there until a fire killed everyone in the house. My family moved from that house in the mid-2000s, and the house was torn down after massive flooding from Hurricane Sandy in 2012.